And good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship live here at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It's moving day, day 3 of the Senior Championship. We're just going to be finishing off the round robin come maybe around early afternoon and then jumping into the knockout phase today, hopefully to produce the final four for Championship Tuesday. Real great match to kick us off today. Two local boys going at it, Gilles Bonnuy and Rodney Coulier. It's a do-or-die match pretty much, as these two guys in the standings are tied, so winner is moving on, loser is going home. It's David Burney in the booth, and we're glad you're all tuning in. Looks like Jill is set to break off momentarily, and we'll get into it. All right, I have the distinct pleasure of interviewing the Iron Man over here. He was honored just before everything got started today. Paps was really honored to be in your presence. It's Ernie Marsh. How you doing, Ernie?
I'm fine.
Great to hear. Great to hear.
Woke up again this morning.
So just a few kind of questions before I know you've got to run away. How did you get into this game of snooker?
Just started going down to the local room at our lunch break from high school. That was when I actually started hitting balls when I was 13.
Wow.
But didn't really develop a game till probably 7 or 8 years later before I really got interested in the game. You know.
Okay.
But I was working and I had a decent job at the time, but I lost the job, so I went to the pool room. That's when my game really came into shape.
Okay, and whereabouts did you grow up in?
Galt, Ontario.
In Galt, Ontario?
Yeah, it's the city of Cambridge.
Okay.
There's the city of Galt, the town of Preston, the village of Hespeler, which is now Cambridge when regional government came in.
Sounds good. Have you played much at that Legion down there?
The Galt Legion, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Great.
the Galt Legion, yes. Played most of the pool rooms around the area, Guelph, Kitchener. Yes.
What's a great memory that you have of this game? What's one that really sticks out? Probably
I used to go down when I was referee, and I was refereeing at the room before the John White got the corner bank. What was the name of it? Can't think of it. It was Victoria and Warden, somewhere in there.
Okay.
In Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
What was the... When we were first refereeing in Toronto at Dixie Road, what was the name of that?
Dixie Road. No, it was on Shooters. Yeah, Shooters. That was on Lawrence and just on Lawrence.
Yeah. It was on Lawrence, and of course being involved with the Pro-Am in Cambridge, I got interested in refereeing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Kevin got me all set up, so I did quite a bit of refereeing.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about this game of snooker? Is it's very tough, but what keeps bringing you back?
Just like to play.
Oh,
Just like to play. If it wasn't for snooker in the wintertime, I'd be sitting on the couch. With our seniors group, we play Saturdays and Sundays,
mm-hmm.
different rooms.
Yeah.
And I think once we get in later into October, we'll be playing every other Tuesday also. So, and it's 55 and over.
Great to hear.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
Yeah, there's about group has about 80 members. We don't get 80 members out to a tournament, but and it's handicapped also.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there a thing that you find most difficult about this game for over a long history of it?
Keeping a straight stroke. Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough part because I look down my cue and I can see the tip going that way. If I keep it going that way, then I'm fine. But,
Fantastic. And what is the secret to your longevity? I'm watching you play, and you're keeping up with some of these young fellas here. You're walking around the table on your own accord. You don't have any of those old people devices, shall we say.
I have a little anecdote. I was on a golf course, my local course, and this one fellow, I was about 83 or 84 at the time, and he says, "What's your secret?" And I said, "Caffeine and nicotine." Keeps you going.
Great to hear. So you're a golfer as well.
Yes, loosely described. Now I'm just more like hitting balls.
Okay.
I'm hoping maybe I'll shoot my age one of these years if I live long enough.
And are you a dart player as well?
No,
No.
don't play darts.
So you're not part of that 147 hole-in-one 9-darter club?
No. I think back when I first, when I lost my job, we first started to play. I played with a local guy, and no defense in those days. He just made balls. And he'd run 7 or 8 blacks and rack them up and start another one.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember playing a game of 10-cent follow, and I run 105 on this guy. He had no money, and he's dead, so I never did get the money.
Great to hear. And obviously you've seen a lot of the ups and downs in the Canadian snooker scene. Obviously it seems like we're kind of coming back into it. Do you have any ideas of how we can continue to grow it?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Be glad to help when I can.
That's always great to hear.
Yeah.
And it's great to see that you can do it well into deep into your life.
Yeah.
You know, there's not many things you can do about that.
No.
So, all right, Ernie. This has been great fun. All of us at PABSA wish you the best. You know, hope to see you again next year.
Yes.
I think we might be in the Sunshine State of California.
Whoa.
So we'll have to go to the beach.
Good. That sounds interesting.
Or
That's closer than Rio, anyway.
That is true. Or maybe that fun mansion in Beverly Hills. All right, Ernie. Well, I don't want to keep you too long, but thanks for coming into the booth, saying hello to us. Wish you all the best, and keep staying young.
Thank you again.
Take care.
Thank you.
All the best. Always a pleasure to have the Iron Man in the booth with us. Really great to hear some of his stories. Obviously, if we had more time.
If I want to see that interview, where would I go? To this.
So, Ernie's wife just wanted to know where she could find the interview. to listen back to it, but he's got plenty of stories. Too bad we're really busy and trying to get through the day. Hopefully, maybe at the next championship or sometime when we are away, maybe we can sit down and have a good chat with Ernie and get prepared to hear all of his great insights. But always a pleasure. It's quite a good shot, that's for sure, as he has been on the stream before in this tournament. Definitely gave Amit Karki a run for his money. So we wish Ernie the best. It's a real great honor to honor him earlier before today's action started. And we're back into some great snooker action here at the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Looks like Gilles has started off strong here, put together a good break. Kind of black is a little bit out of position here. Pink is rather tied up. So definitely good friends off the table here, both Rodney and Gilles, but when it comes to the table, there are no friends. As we alluded to just in the opening, whatever this match is going to move on, the loser's probably going to go home. If you need to find any updates of where your favorite players, feel to take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. And as well, we have a live scoring feature on that webpage, as all the matches in the room are linked up with tablets, and as the players keep score, that uploads to that website. So great resource right there. And Gilles not going to force the issue at all. Sees a great opportunity to put his opponent in a snooker, and does so. And in this tournament, it is a maximum of 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. And we are on YouTube with this great tournament. Feel free to search out 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship Table 1. We also have a second table being streamed that you can check out on that same channel. There's no commentary on that, but it looks like Sylvain Etier, great referee, is in action there. And he is taking on Michel Vesna, and as well our good friend Rob Richards is streaming on the OBSA channel. Just not sure his match. Looks like it is Alberta Camara and Bernard Smith. So yeah, there's a big area of a lot of reds. The one problem is just if he leaves anything, and unfortunately he has left a red into the left middle. It's not a clear path to the first frame victory for Gilles right now. Yeah, Gilles continuing that great rest play. Nice little cannon into that red. Made this pink available into the left middle. Always nice to find some fluency early in the day. We've seen a lot in the past 2 days in this tournament. A lot of players have kind of stuttered in the first match, just kind of wake up a little bit. But Gilles has come in with a 37 advantage early on and then growing. Gilles not having a problem with these pesky middle pockets. I've seen a lot of players of the past 2 days struggle with it. Just those middle pockets refusing. Just showing you that should be just dead on accurate.
Told me to check with you, make sure he was on.
Very interesting, that anecdote of Ernie. It's quite surprising, actually. His ability and his ease of walking around the table. And he commits it to nicotine and caffeine. Maybe not a good diet for any youngsters getting in, but it was just so common way back that a lot of people smoked. They didn't know the hazards of it. Obviously, we're a little bit more educated now. One thing is kind of when you get into that routine, if you break a routine, that's when the problems can really suffice. As you'll see with a lot of these players, their pre-shot routine is quite similar for every shot. Keep it simple, keep it steady. And the results will happen. As Gilles got quite a large lead here. There's 49 in it with 59 on the table. So a red and a color for Gilles, and we'll be in the snooker's required stage. Speaking of waking up, it looks like our camera team just needs to hone in a little bit. There we are. Asking we will receive. Just came back a bit much. Maybe go through a little bit on that to just have this pink into the left middle.
Okay, thank you.
So unable to get that blue to put us in the snooker required stage, but definitely Rodney's got an uphill battle as the black is pretty safe on the right cushion.
If it happens again, let me know.
Almost a hit home there. Doesn't want that red to go down. It's got one. That other red was dangerously going down. Most of the time it's nice to get two reds, but not in this situation, as Rodney's trailing by a hefty number of points. And there's a concession there as those nasty middle pockets reared their head again. So Gilles Benamou wins that first frame by a scoreline of 52-2, and we'll step aside and be right back with frame 2 action. And welcome back. Frame 2, Rodney Coutlier set to break off. He's lost the first frame. Needs to get his potting boots on if he wants to extend this match into the decider. Thanks for tuning in, Curly Conqueror, asking when the Open Championship starts, and that will commence on Wednesday. I believe start times for that will be 9:30 a.m., 6:30 on the West Coast, as we are in the Belle Province of Quebec, where this tournament is being held. But it will be exciting tomorrow, as that will be Championship Tuesday in the senior event, and the winner of this side of the tournament will book their place in the Seniors World Championship this May in Sheffield, England. And the winner of the Open Championship gets a 2-year card on the pro circuit. So lots to play for, lots of dreams that can become realities for these snooker players. Yeah, Vito Poapolo, who won this back in 2022. Wow, very fortunate for Gilles right there. This is definitely tough bridging. But going back to Vito, he won it in 22. He's eager to get back over to Sheffield. Was he talking to him? He was very nervous going over and playing. It's something you kind of just dream about over in Canada that you never think could be a reality. But it did for him. But he had some good coaching by the great Cliff Thorburn, who's walked down those steps many times and hoisted up in the air that beautiful World Championship trophy back in 1980. So it's nice that we do still have some of our older players that did travel over to England way back in the heyday of the boom of the 80s. The Jim Weiches, Brady Golan, Kirk Stevens, as I mentioned, Cliff Thorburn. Hopefully they can pass off knowledge to some of these players as they do make the trek. I know I've run some tournaments in Vancouver, and sometimes I hear a few people gripe just about the travel distance that they have to take. They're like, it took 2 hours to get to this tournament. And I said, wait a minute. You know, Cliff Thorburn had to cross the ocean to go to a tournament. That's one commute that's pretty lengthy. So hopefully we can build and build in this country, and definitely to our friends down in America. And we're also seeing some great surgeons in Brazil, as there's a bunch of Brazilians up in this tournament. Igor Figueiredo, who won the Seniors World Championship last year, won this Seniors event as well, to book his card there. Victor Sarkis, who is going to be playing in the Open tournament, has been on the Pro Tour over in England. And we're all happy that you're tuning in. Let us know if you have any comments or questions. I'll do my best to answer them. If you want to put your support for either Rodney or Gilles, I'm pretty sure they'll happy to hear it. Somehow hear it through the Ethernet. Here's a good starting opportunity for Gilles. He's got a couple of safety balls, 2 reds, one by each middle pocket. The scoring software that they're using are on these tablets. It's new to some of these players. We're trying to encourage them to keep the running score. Gilles breaks down a little there on that black. As I alluded to, we're trying to get the players to be by those tablets, keep the running score, so all of us that can't make the trip to this wonderful room to see it live have updated scoring on the stream. Hopefully Rodney can get a little bit of a break going, feel like he's getting in the match, get that back arm going. Oh, didn't think that enough was a possibility. Just going to frustrate him a little bit more. Remember, guys, you got a little bit of a duty to upkeep the score for us. I believe with that foul, see Rodney had a green and a red, so he's got 4 points, but then fouled. So it should be 14-4 for Gilles. An opportunity to just get tight to the black. Not bad. Could have been a little less pacey, and it would have been snug to the black, but still put Gilles in a bit of bother. Tough part is there's a few reds down in the bulk area, so usual clip shot to come back to the bulk isn't there. And he's left that red on. Almost popped out. Sometimes too much pace is just a bit too much, as we've seen the past few days in this championship. A lot of balls rattle in those jaws and are refused more often than not. Ooh. It's all happening here. Almost retired to his seat, deflated on that really bad missed green, but with the pace it shot around and found home in the bottom of the top right corner. So the break continues for Rodney. Not sure if this red that's away from the two passes to go into the top left corner. Let's have a look at the bottom of those two reds. Definitely a little tricky from our vantage point here. big table 12 feet, and I'm another probably 15 feet from the ball can. But the best view of the table is definitely at the player down on the shot. So unfortunately this score is wrong, but both players are kind of in charge of that. As we have no referees, they should be keeping an eye on that, more astute in their scorekeeping. But if both players aren't worried about it, they'll play on. Just goes to show that we need a lot more great people behind the scenes. A lot of these players just want to kind of focus on the task at hand, and that's playing the game. If we can get more help behind with scorekeeping and refereeing, they can take that task off the plate. As in these non-referee matches, the non-striker acts as scorekeeper / referee. This is a nice little break that Rodney's putting together, getting them back into this frame and match. Rodney electing to use the more traditional pool rest, which is the crown. I see a lot more snooker players do like the cross. It's all about comfort, and definitely the shot to take. Comfort as well. I didn't get a chance to see what was sent off to the players. I'm not sure if it was mentioned about the scorekeeping on the tablets in their tournament package. Obviously there was a little bit of an announcement on day one, but not all players are starting right at the onset. I got in here on Friday afternoon. It didn't seem like there was any players meeting on Friday night. Always tough because it's a battle against time. We're all here because it's a labor of love. So it's sometimes tough to corral people, but always important to read those rules and regulations. Don't want any surprises. Just calm in the action, just getting a refreshment, regrouping. Hopefully continue on this break. It's quite impressive. Maybe you should have had that drink of water. Kept that dry mouth going. Interesting talking to some players in the room, obviously. That can be a costly mistake of having a big meal before a match. Sometimes want to come in hungry, literally and figuratively. So, let's see how Gilles responds here. Kind of would be a bit unfortunate if this frame came down and was pretty close. There's a little misstep in the scoring, but the other player is making a fuss about it, so We'll let them play on. These two are exciting players to watch, that's for sure. You really just kind of get on with it. They see the shot, they know the shot, they take on the shot and execute the shot. It's got a good angle on this blue. Come down, maybe can push away that black. Jill just coming around to take a look at the score. This blue will put him in the lead by a point. The angle he wasn't even going to cannon the black, but fortunately just push that red just off the left cushion. He would have loved it to be tight to the cushion, because in that case, when it's glued to the cushion, the philosophy is use your cue ball to hit object, ball, and cushion at the exact same time, and then it will just hug along that rail. So Gilles takes his medicine and hasn't got the snooker, but he's got a safe red ball there. Yeah, that red was just off the cushion. As you can see, it was rolling down there. If it was glued, it would have hugged that cushion and dropped. With this tournament, it's been a roll on, roll off kind of philosophy. So we always know our first matches of the day, but the next match that's on this TV table, we're not exactly sure who it will be. Obviously, if two players are in the room and they're ready to go, we'll put them on when tables become available. But obviously, Rodney wants to prolong this match and put us into a decider. That's not going to be his favorite shot. It's popped out. Gilles got a really good chance here. The only really safe ball is the black. Oh. Maybe a little bit of pressure. Maybe he just got ahead of himself there. Saw what a great opportunity he had to win the frame and match. You got to stay in the moment. It's good, obviously, when you're walking around sizing up a plan, but when you get down on the shot, you gotta just focus just all on that, not think about your next one, because more often than not, that initial shot will go awry. Well, you see everything on a snooker table. You see some great potting, some great laying of snookers. And of course, flukes come from time to time. So, let's take a look at the brown. Problem with this brown is it's a blind cut. He's going to lose control of the cue ball. So looking, I think, just to roll up behind the black. Gilles just getting Rodney to come take a look, just in case it needs to be respotted. As with a tie 30-30, this can go back. Nice shot there by Gilles. There's a pathway for Rodney. Looks like he does have the potting angle, but it's a lot of real estate to cover here. It's left a chance for Gilles. It's coming down to the colors. We see more often than not. This is sizing up to be a great opportunity for Gilles for frame and match. Just let's come a few more rotations. Oh, could have been a wonderful shot there by Rodney. He's got a blind cut. It's definitely potable. Just going to lose control of the cue ball. Small 5-point advantage. This almost looks pretty straight on, unfortunately. There might be a touch of angle that Rodney can use the bulk cushion to come back for the blue. Oh, just hit that horn and kicked it down. Made it a little tougher of an angle. This blue to take the second frame to put us into a decider. Oh, it's not there. A chance. Gone awry. Good safety shot there by Gilles. Would have been some pink if he was able to put it in. Just have some patience. Black is in a good spot for a snooker if he's able to get on it. It's popped out a bit. Ronnie come over and really studying the angle there. Pink is what he needs to put us into a decider. Just a little too thin. And this is going to run down. He's not going to like this. Can you believe it? It's coming down after that little scoring mishap that we saw. These guys are going to watch the replay and just probably be cursing themselves a little bit. This is ugly. I'll see if he was trailing 0-1. Be a lot different story, but he's up a frame, playing a little bit with house money, but he definitely would like to get this match done and dusted. Needs a big bounce here. It's safe. So now it's all about handling your nerves. Kind of just trust your technique here. Does Gilles take a thin cut here into the top left? Just elected to play safe. Kind of bounced out quite a lot there. pot or not to pot, to safe or not to safe. That is a question that's going through his head. But when he commits to something, he has to commit full-blooded. Can't second guess yourself when you're down on the shot. Always tough in these quick sprints, best of 3 matches. If he's down by 2 points in the frame and down a frame in this best of 3, Rodney needs this to force a decider. It's popped out for a little bit of a chance. Jill gave it a chance. Now Rodney's got a chance. See, your heart is beating a mile a minute right now. You just gotta settle your nerves. Not a bad idea. Just maybe take a walk around the table. Just compose yourself for the frame. And it's there. Wow. Rodney can breathe a sigh of relief. So we are headed to a decider in this exciting match between these two titans of the sport. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, sure. Was the half and half one yesterday? Was the half and half one yesterday? So I can throw my tickets away?
I believe so. They do it daily.
Well, just in case you, like, I wasn't here for the drawing. So
Yeah.
somebody who has a ticket is not here for the drawing, then they can check the next day, no?
I'm not sure you have to talk to the staff here. I'm not involved with that.
What are the odds?
So Rodney ready to go. I think just Gilles just excused himself for a quick little comfort break. Should be coming back for this exciting decider. It's been an exciting match. Very interesting in that second frame. Obviously, we saw it here on the stream that they weren't upkeeping the score a little bit, and that last frame went down to the black. So, but neither player was upset by anything. So let's play on. It's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. We're in the great room of La Bande de Coin here in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Jill as well just getting a refreshment. Both players at the table. And fellas might want to set up the bulk colors and the red. A little smile there as the common etiquette. Obviously we talk a lot about etiquette as there's no etiquette rules really written anywhere. There's unwritten rules, but they kind of should be written. As I was talking to Ernst Besmeer, originally from Holland, is like, how are people to understand the etiquette if it's not written anywhere? So the etiquette right there. Obviously when you're in a match with someone, whether it's a friendly or a prestigious tournament like this, one player will rack up the reds and set the pink and black ball, while the other player put the blue on its spot and set up the bulk colors. Ronnie strikes blood first. And this is going to be coming back. It's tough to call this match, that's for sure. Gilles really came out playing well in that first frame. It was kind of an opposite. Rodney was battling strong, although it went kind of down to the wire. A little early morning lapse there as Gilles forgot his coin on the table as he was marking the respot for that cue ball. See, that's a foul as well in these foul and miss situations. It's a great little trick to mark it with the coin, but if any ball comes and knocks into that coin, it is a foul. Guys make those long putts look so easy sometimes. Ronnie just firing that blue right into the middle of the pocket. Didn't give the jaws a chance to spit it out. That's what you got to do. And you kind of wonder, is that the same player? Oh. He's fluked it right into the side. Can you believe it? Yeah, back when Stephen Hendry pretty much was the king of the crucible, the wonder child. He actually had a table installed at his house, as most of the players did over in England. But he actually, I think, had his pockets measured smaller than a 3-inch opening. So if you can imagine that, because most of these pocket size are maybe about 3 1/4. I'll have to check with Kevin Patrick, who's a whiz tournament director here and knowledgeable about many things. I think 3 1/4. If anyone's on the stream, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But putting a 2 1/16 inch diameter ball into a 3 1/4 opening is pretty tough. When you start to put it in less than 3 inches, it becomes really tough. But I think that's just what made Stephen Hendry so proficient. And practice. Lots and lots of practice. That's one thing he attributed to getting on. Just the amount of commitment to put into practice just was rather bothersome for him. In the early stages, he had no problem putting in the 6 to 8 hours a day that you need to practice because he was hungry. He had a mark. He saw that his idol, Steve Davis, had won 6 world championships, and he wanted to beat that, and he did. When he got his 7th, kind of felt like he had nothing else to prove. Stephen definitely will go down one of the greatest. Obviously, there's always lots of debates. But I think a lot of people are in the Ronnie O'Sullivan camp, but Stephen was no slouch. He's actually the player that bought that blue ball into the pack and opened up the Reds' shot. As he said numerous times, when he gets into a match, he likes to open up those Reds and kill off the frame as soon as possible. Here comes the third attempt for Gilles. One's hit there. Fortunately, it's left some Reds on. Black's kind of tied up, but the blue is nice and open on its spot. I wanted that to run a little bit more. Now he's got to go in and out of bulk after this blue. About his angle here, and that where that red is on the outside, on the right side of the table, is it blocking the pink? And the top right, and just delicately draw back on this red for that pink. The pink has the path to the top left. A wild break here by Rodney, but put it together quite nicely, extending his lead to 48 points. Gonna be a tough blue. He was definitely, I think he played that with an element of stage just at that pace. Now That's how you put it into the middle pocket. It's not about making a well thought out tactical shot. It's just fluke it in. As we've seen all tournament, a lot of players struggling with both left and right middle pocket. So let's see if Gilles can come back. Oh, looks like he's just gonna clip off a red and come back into the bulk area. Rodney looks like he's got a shot to nothing here. Those two reds on the right of the blue, the one that's closer to the top right. Looks like you could clip that into the top right, and the angle will find the gap into the bulk area. Yeah, this is a tricky shot here for Rodney. Just maybe that red to the right of the pink, just a thin snick, and be able to find the gap. Well, it could have been a lot worse. Just running by. Don't think he has a pathway by this black. Take the red in the middle of those three, possibly, maybe a blind cut. He did an angle and let's come up with a good cue ball. Very nice, put it tight to that ball cushion. Then it's going to be shooting down and it's opened up a pathway. Side pockets once again. Rear in their head. 41 points in it. Lead for Rodney. And there's 75 points on the table, so Rodney definitely has the advantage in this frame, but Gilles, a proficient potter, can definitely get back in a moment's notice.
Wait a minute. It will change. Yeah, because we have somebody who wanted to take this spot. We're going to fill it. Okay, so it will change. I just remembered. I just went with it. When will we know that? I will know when. I already know it's filled. I just have to add. I haven't done the schedule change. Okay, so I'm going to send out an email that that spot has now been filled. One of the senior players decided they wanted to play too. So we'll fill it.
Didn't want that cannon into the blue. Gilles, one of the more proficient players with the rest, but it looks like he's just going to clip off a red and return his cue ball to bulk.
me when he matches on Wednesday. What's your number?
Oh. Kind of in with that red at the end of the black has left this red on. It's a long pot. Had its challenges, but that's a shot Gilles would like to have back. Rodney will be happy just to take reds here and there off the table. Reaching down into his cue case to grab the extension to extend the length of his cue. I think you just want to make sure of the blue here, as you still be at the table. It's coming down and having a pot on one of these reds that pretty much looks like all 5 of them are below the black spot. It's definitely a good effort. Wondering if that black red that's by the black spot does go into the top left corner. Looks like Rodney's just awaiting the adjacent table. Looks like Sylvain Etier is at the table, has a shot. For that cue ball. Oh, that's the last place he wanted to be. Grab 6 points, slowly extend the lead, but then you give a few points back. Oh, Gilles did not want that cannon to the pink. It stopped all the pace of the cue ball. And this black will go into the top left, so another golden opportunity for Rodney to take frame and match. Well, that got a little dangerous. It's all happening around here. Getting a bit more busy as more and more players are coming into the room. Ronnie just putting color bowl safe. The 44-point lead, making it difficult on Gilles. Oh, the good old Bill Werbenick shot that I like to call there. You take the red, pretty much didn't have to move anywhere else for his next shot on the color. Oh, and there's handshakes there, so that's a... Gilles has packed up his cue. So that's a win for Rodney Coulier. Looks like he could be moving on into the knockout phase that will be happening a little later today. But we've got another round-robin match coming up here on our TV table. We'll step aside. It's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Take care, and we'll see you in a short moment.
You and Louie can go. Table 8. Second table. You could go on table 1, but you've been on table 1 more than anybody.
Preparado? Como não? Já está a caráter? Dois. A mesa do atrás. Lá atrás.
Yeah, it lost the setting. Oh yeah, it went to 5 something.
I'm gonna go now. For the kids. Kids and
Là, je vais aller arranger la caméra. Aussitôt que le match est c'est Michel, les autres vont être
Agora, a hora que descer na parede.
c'est ça. Je vais aller l'arranger. Pas moi qui est au.
Mas beleza, então. Eu já mandei também mensagem pra ele.
Non, mais ça a dû, ça doit être quelqu'un.
A mensagem. Eu vou estar ocupado agora aqui.
C'était pas de même hier. C'était de même hier, ça.
Aí depois eu já tô na área de novo.
Une minute, la première, c'est parce que là, moi, je suis pas aux caméras. Là, je viens de m'asseoir devant. La deuxième, là, je vois le coin droit, le coin.
Agora, nesse caso aí, ele tentou usar um copo de vinho, eu captei um cantinho e não colocar igual ele falou, colocar a abraçadeira para aprender aí na lateral.
La 2, c'est nous autres qui l'avons. Je vais aller voir, c'est parce que là, je pense.
Depois coloca uma moldura, ideia, né? Mas na parede que vai descer ali, que a parede de trás, ele vai ter que cortar, abrir uma canaleta, e o cano por dentro. Bem certinho. Até ele já começava
Ben là, à David, t'as pas donné le cas? Ah, t'as raison, je te l'ai dit, t'as parfaitement raison, je vais l'appeler, là, écoute. Je vais l'appeler, regarde.
going on? Yeah.
Ils auraient arrangé la caméra de la suite. Elle est mal placée. Ça, tu l'avais vu hier? OK, mais là, mais Guy, là, il dit que s'il y avait le code, ton code, il pourrait rentrer, puis tout arranger ça à distance. Les focus, et tout ça. C'est ça.
Juniors, they had that. And then it actually continued on from
Ok, le white balance, mais l'autre, il est désactivé.
Oui. Oui. Attends une minute, là, c'est parce que en ce moment, Louis, il travaille sur l'ordi. Il parle avec Guy en ce moment.
Non, c'est ça. C'est une caméra en tant que telle sur une colonne qui n'est pas centrée avec la
OK.
Ça, c'est pas
OK, fait que je vais lui dire de l'appeler tantôt, puis ça se trouve que c'est tantôt. OK, fait que là, t'es au travail ou à l'école? Mais c'est parce qu'il a appelé, il parle à moi en premier, il ne savait pas comment ça se fait. Moi, je parle à Louis, je donne mon téléphone à Louis, puis je t'appelle toi. Parce que là, tu comprends-tu? Ouais. Bon, on va y...
Écoute, moi j'ai un beau match qui s'en vient. Après le match,
OK. Là, il peut... Ouais, mais il peut-tu aller dans mes comptes de banque? Parce que moi, j'ai tout ce qu'on a. T'es sûr?
oui, c'est ça.
Oui, t'as raison. C'est ça, t'as raison. OK.
Moi, je pars en match.
OK. Je vais essayer d'arranger ça un petit peu la caméra. C'est bon.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship, live here, La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. It's been an exciting tournament. It's day 3 of this section of the tournament. Conclusion of the round robin will happen today, and we'll have our first couple rounds of the knockout scheduled for a little later today. But right now, we've got a great matchup against previous Canadian national champion Jason Williams, taking on Karwajit Shandor. Jason was down in Rio last year participating in this tournament. He enjoys himself, definitely knows his way around the table. Karwajit is a little bit of a myth to me, but looking forward to see what he can do at the table. He's set to break off in frame 1 of this best of 3 match. It's David DeBernie in the booth. Glad that you're all tuning in. As you can find us on YouTube, on the PABSA channel. Feel free to search out 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship Table 1. We also have Table 2 streaming. And additionally, our friend Rob Richards on the OBSA YouTube channel is streaming Table 4. And I think some of our Brazilian friends with the CBBS might be streaming Fabiano's match against our great streaming director, Luis Durant. But we're happy you're tuning in wherever you find it. Do let us know if you have any comments or questions, or where you're tuning in from. We do have a great community on the stream. Lots of friends jump in. We appreciate all your viewership. Hopefully we can grow those numbers, because those big companies with deep pockets that we're just eagerly looking to get some sponsorship money to help us out. This is great. We have a large field of high caliber players, but we also do need great people behind the scenes. Kevin Patrick, our tournament director, is doing a wonderful job, but obviously he needs a little hand from time to time. Perhaps you fancy yourself as a referee to be in charge, or scorekeeping or commentating. We need all these facets filled just to keep the community growing. Obviously a lot of us are in for the love of it, but you know, when you're behind the scenes, you might lose a little bit of money, but you might gain some. And sometimes with these players, they're going all in. This is both players' first match of the day, so just kind of feeling each other out here. Either player wants to take a big chance. I think Jason's atop this group here. Not sure where Karwajit stands. A little element of safe there, as he's tucked behind the black. Karwajit definitely has a red to hit. Just where is his cue ball going to be afterwards? Well played. He hasn't left anything on there. You have to correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't sure if it was the excuse me, semis, the quarters last. I think it was actually the quarterfinals in the Open Championship last year in Rio. Jason was taking on the local player Tero Santos, which we'll see in the Open Championship. Boy, was that an exciting match of snooker, even so much that at one point the tension was so high that Jason broke it and just turned to his opponent. And I think a few of the spectators said, "Are we having fun yet?" So as much as these players have to be mindful of being offensive and then turning that off and switching on a moment's notice into a defensive player, back to offense, you see them that they're very serious at the table, taking matters very seriously, but they also can pop up and have a little fun from time to time. This is a pathway for that red by the black. Don't think it's going to go, so he's looking to just play safe. Yeah, he's going to. Oh, very nice. Looks like he does have a pathway to these reds by the pink. But yeah, taking that red into the middle would just been much too dangerous for Karwajit. It's just taking a little bit for us to get going. Highly defensive battle here. Both players respecting each other. Well, that might be one little falter there. Jason down, really likes it, getting down quick on it, but seems to be the Williams trademark right there. He'll get down, he'll pop up, get down again, pop up. Get down, now he's popped up, got a little extra extension on his cue with that mini butt. This might have given Karwajit an opening chance. A little nasty. This frame slowly is starting to turn a little ugly. Jason might have a shot here of this red to pass. Hold for the black.
Take it on TV, it was
things are going. He broke down a little bit. Black has now gone relatively safe. Pink's in an awkward position, so both these players at some point would like to get those high value colors back on their spots. This might be an opportunity here for Karwajit. Tough shot. Problem with that, he's really couldn't be letting Jason in here. I'm sure. There's two reds on the cushion. Further one on the right, there's a red that's just above that one. That looks like it goes into the top right. Looks like those two reds are tight to that top cushion. Jason just waiting for Michel Vienza. Vesna. Wonder if he's got any relation to the great Vesna trophy that's awarded in the NHL for the top goaltender. Very interesting. This is the first time I've seen Jason in the tournament playing. Obviously he's been on other tables, so my focus is on the TV table. We've seen a lot in the past of him get down on the shot and then pop up a few times, but that's not happening here today. Obviously you develop tics, different techniques and mannerisms that sometimes you're completely unaware of. It's only until someone says, hey, I saw you doing that you kind of maybe be a bit self-conscious. But honestly, when you're winning tournaments and when you're a Canadian national champion, if you're doing something, keep at it, because it's probably working. Just got to be mindful of going over that red. I do like Jason's technique. You know, sometimes he does get criticized of being a rather slower player than the average player, but he's quite methodical in what he's doing. He's just taking on these blacks with reds, just looking like he's taking a stroll in the park, not running ahead. He's at the table. He's in command. Obviously not a foul there, as they spot their own balls. with no referee at the table. Jason had put that black on and just realized before he executed his previous red that black was just off the spot a little. So it took a bit in this first frame for the car to start out of the garage for Jason Williams, but now it is purring along. Gets wrecked there. But a very nice 40 break to increase his lead to 49-1. Let's see how Karwajit responds. My goodness. I cannot believe these middle pockets on this table. Touched every part of that pocket with that red, except the bottom. Jason's not going to be too happy with that. Missed a trick there. Definitely left Karwajit pawn into the top right. A lot of real estate have to cover there, so he might elect to just cut it thinly into the right middle. Oh, that was rather a flat out miss. I'm not going to blame the middle pockets on that one. So lots of options here for Jason. He's got a red into either middle. He's got a red into the top right corner. Yeah, hit it with pace to come down for that red into the same pocket, so it made the pot a lot more difficult, especially into these feisty little middle pockets on the TV table here. Jason's got a nice little angle to come down for the black. Just a little too thin. And he's created a rather big pocket on the left middle. Karwajit just waiting Sylvain Etier to take his shot. As you can see him on the right side of the screen. Sylvain, not a bad snooker player, but actually an even better snooker referee. His memory for respotting balls is just unbelievable. Traveled just a bit too far. Yeah, looking at the grimace on his face. That red is blocking his pot onto the black, so safety is in mind. We'll need one Herculean shot to continue the break going. Jason with a 50-point advantage with 65 on the table. 67, I should say. My apology. This is tricky and delicate. Well struck. Well, Jason, he is one more red. We'll be in the snooker's required stage. And Jason allows Michel Vesna to take his shot on. I was talking to him earlier today, Michel. And Michel was just like, oh, only if I could be on the TV table to have one of my matches commentated on. I'm like, well, we'll see what we can do, Michel. Obviously, if you get to the final, I'll have those duties of calling that match. So if that's not some incentive to win, I don't know what is. It's just a little awkward, so Jason's going to come around and grab his little mini butt just to give him a little extra length of timber. Yeah, I think if he puts down one more red, I don't think Carwoodjet's going to come back to the table. It'll be tough with that red against the cushion near the pink, but black on the spot is definitely in Carwoodjet's advantage if he wants to mount a comeback in this frame. And with that pot, Jason Williams is sniffing out any opportunity for his opponent to get back in the frame. Gave it a thought. I thought he might have put him in a snooker there. Well, maybe just Carwoodjet just wants to come to the table, maybe just get his back arm going. Got a few shots on the table. And then it's going to be tough for him to come back, but we got to be mindful that pink and red doesn't want to hit any piece of it. So that black doesn't go in. It's not conceding. He needs a plethora of snookers, that's for sure, to get him back into this frame. Sure, obviously we allude to sometimes when there's that final red there, there's always a chance of a free ball. That's not going to help at his cause. Ooh, doubly, if it went down, would have been trouble for Karwajit. But it's popped out. Might actually be against the cushion, so he might be all right. Looked like he was trying to pot that. And just missed. Karwajit just needs to take a look at that scoreboard. That red going down is not going to help him at all. And with a maximum of 35 points on the table right now, that puts him at, put him at 38. Still have him trailing by 29, so that's 1, 2, skip a view. That's many, many snookers. I do have the concession rules when they're on the colors. If it's more than 3 snookers to win, it is an automatic concession. Jason almost sealed the deal there with that red. Just wobbled in the jaws and was spat out. That's a concession there. So Jason Williams takes the first frame by a scoreline of 67-4. We'll step aside and come back with frame 2 action. And welcome back to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. Jason Williams, the Canadian, breaks off, but unfortunately goes in off. But if you're going to give up 4 points, it's probably the best time to do it. Excuse me. Anyone listening that does want to maybe play in next year's senior event, the age is 40 or above. And obviously, snooker is getting more and more popular in the Americas. I wonder if that senior age might just expand or grow to a higher age. But for right now, 40 years or older to participate in this tournament. We had Ernie Marsh, 88, turning 89 pretty soon, playing in this tournament. The oldest competitor in a PABSA tournament was honored at the beginning of the day today with a little plaque. Round of applause, some great stories told by Charlie Brown. We got a chance to ask him a few questions in our first match. If you want to roll back into the stream and see that. You wouldn't guess Ernie was that old. As he might not walks around the table not as quick as he did as a young man, but still walks around it not with much aid. The match that we had on our TV table yesterday with him and Amit Karki was rather exciting. So I thought Amit was going to run away with the first frame, but Ernie laid a snooker and Amit succumbed some penalty points, and it got kind of interesting. So definitely a true gentleman as well. Always happy to see people. Never an ounce of complaining from him as well. He's 88. First day he played deep into the night. His final match finished probably just after 1 a.m. and returned on Sunday to play his 9:30 match. So a true Ironman, a true gentleman, one of the greats. I think that's come up just a bit too much. There might be this angle on this red to the right middle for Jason, and it looks like there is a path for the black to the top left corner. There were a smile there. Wasn't expecting that. So probably it's going to be end of break there for the Canadian. Push that black a little safe. See what courage it can do here. This is the frame he needs to prolong the match, push us into a decider. Just missed. Just needs to tighten the screws a little, and those balls will start dropping.
How's it going? You're trying to figure out some. I got one more. Yeah. Okay. No, I was looking at the score. Which one? Tell me. I think it's split.
Mind if it run a little bit more just to get a nice angle on the green to come back down table. Still has the green to push him down. I think just a few more rotations would have helped him out. But looking for the brown. Able to get it. That's going to be end of break there for Karwajit. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to talk to this gentleman. But he's got some good form, but it might be a little new to the game. But obviously seeing the potting ability of Jason Williams. With that green just a little bit more difficult, maybe you just wanted to make sure of the points. You gotta play your game. You can't play to your opponent's drum. It's a mistake there by Jason. I think there's an angle to come up cushion and beyond the pink to the left middle pocket after this red goes in. I guess there wasn't much angle. It's a little flatter, obviously, on our TV screen. Still has the pink into that left middle. But it is those middle pockets. Wreaking havoc with a lot of these players. Nice mid-range pot there by Jason. Drew it back nicely. Get that pink. Definitely would like it. Put it back on that spot. This black is really kind of out of commission. If you can dance around with that, definitely can put a good score together. That's a long red to this yellow pocket, but the reward is he'll be on the blue. We drew back for the pink. What can you say? He's got better ability than I do. It breaks down on 15, but takes the lead in this frame. I scroll on to 16-10. And he's put that pink down table, so it's going to be tough for either player to score heavily. Gonna have to dance around with that blue. Got an angle on the pink. Taking this to the yellow. Come off cushion, come down table. Well, that's going to help out both players. At least that has brought the pink ball back out of the bulk area. Put it back on its traditional spot. And usually when it starts a frame is at the apex of the triangle of reds. Come off that cushion with a little check sliding to run into those 4 reds and disturb them. Unfortunately, I think he just had a bit too much power there. He definitely ate his Wheaties this morning. This red tight to that cushion. Looks like it is on. So object ball and cushion with your cue ball at the exact same time. Maybe there was just a millimeter space. So break of 21 extends Jason Williams' lead to 37-10 in the second frame. Best of 3 round robin match. I don't know about this one. It's got a little element of safe, I have to assume, I guess, there. It's just, yeah, those... Just seen so much with those middle pockets. I don't think the green has come to save him. And when Jason starts sniffing blood, he attacks. Do remember, if you are going to join us in the room, turn those cell phones off. Or at least put them to vibrate. It is a busy room, but sometimes cell phones can just be a little bit annoying. Seems like there's always one in the crowd. Strangest reason. Just wanted to cannon into those. Wow, how did that? got stopped in his tracks there. Inspector Clouseau coming out to see if he can solve the cases. How did that not fall in? Looks like he does have the angle there. Blind cut into this green pocket with the red. So that cannon into the reds after that green break is spoiled. Looks like Karwajit is attempting the double. Nicely done. Thought he almost popped up just a little too early. Courage is just struggling a little bit to finding some fluency. He's making some good shots, but they're not in succession. And to be a top-notch snooker player, that's what you need. But you notice with those great players, taking on shots all over the table, going back and forth. Once they get into the balls, into the reds with the pinks and blacks, they've kind of cut off the table to make it half the width, half the length, I should say. Get it a more 6x6 table rather than this, what they usually are, 12x6. I'd like to hit that yellow a bit more square in the face to just deaden the pace of it. It's a very nice pot there by Jason. Nice side of the blue. Should be able to just float down for this red to the right of the pink. I shake my head, my mouth gapped open with amazement of just how many balls have been refused by these middle pockets. I apologize everyone for sounding like a broken record, but it is just astonishing how many have not dropped. They've hit both horns, looped around almost. You think it's as good as gold to being in, and the pocket doesn't want it and spits it back out. So if anyone comes looking my way, I guess, for advice when they're on the TV table, say be accurate with those middle pocket shots. Oh, just didn't want to hit that horn.
Something like that. We don't know until like this. I can't tell you because we don't know.
Oh, he's got the angle for this pink into the yellow pocket. Nice block out that other red, so got to put a lot of concentration. Just pretty much stun into this pink, put in the yellow pocket, easily be onto the red, into the top left corner. Just kind of a little flurry of people coming in right now, just disturbing Jason just a little. He's not entirely happy with that one. Drew it back a little too much. It stopped a few moments before. Have a thin cut on that black into the right middle. But if you can get this pink and another red, put us into the snooker's required stage. Just for a right-hander, he's got to be mindful of that red that's on the top cushion because he's going to be queuing over it for this second last red to the yellow pocket. Just there was an angle to thinly cut it into the side. So 40 in it, and after this color, whatever happens, there'll be 35 on the table. So, and the snooker's required stage for Karwajit. Oh, Karwajit doesn't want to take this right on and put it in. He wants to put something safe. Oh, that's the last place in the world that he wanted that red. So at first it looked like he might be trying to pot that red, but obviously with the pace he was making it very difficult. It's actually his match over. As with that red, it's a 42 or 41 point differential. And there's 27 on the table. I think both players aren't really realizing that right now. Pretty sure there's another red to put up for Jason, which make the difference in the score. 42, or 41 shall I say. And with 27 on, more than 3 snookers, so this just yellow goes down. It should be a tall tale, and they should be wrapping it up. So Jason Williams, I think, has gone undefeated in his group, so he's looking sharp in the seniors event. I think Karajit's just got to take this as a good learning experience. Probably the first time he's ever been on the television table. He showed some good flashes here and there, making some nice pots. Just struggled with getting a little consistency of making a few more pots in a row to create a high break. So Jason definitely makes sure of it now. Let's see if he can finish off by running out the table. Looks like handshakes will be happening here. Karajit just gives the nod. And there it is. So Jason Williams takes this match by a scoreline of 2-0. It's the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. It's David Burney in the booth. We're glad that you're tuning in. We got, I think, one more round-robin match on our TV table after this, and then it's going to become exciting. It's do or die. It's the knockout phase. So stay tuned, everybody. Stick around, and we'll be right back.
Staring into space, like I'm looking over top of the ball, and I get down, and I'm like, I can't adjust that. Sometimes I stay there. I don't mind.
You're the one
Commentating, yes.
you're the one commentating?
Yeah.
I want to make a donation.
Oh, thank you.
I don't do the electronic donation.
He wants you to say nice things about him.
All right, then. Definitely now.
Bribe him.
He's the sexiest man on the table. Ladies, beware.
Yeah, I didn't disturb you because you were interviewing. You go now.
What are you telling them?
Oh, I'm telling them I didn't disturb you. You're doing an interview. I'm trying to tell them what's going on. He was interviewing Pedro or something. Portuguese.
Você estava a falar com o seu amigo. E não queria.
Atrapalhar. Thank you.
Any translation services?
Fastest match ever. Like 10 and 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll take it.
everything ready, Ken? There's no freaking set. You guys have nothing set.
Well, everything's set. You'll never see it. Yeah, we did the draw last night.
No, but it was all random.
Oh, yeah.
You weren't playing one against group eight.
No.
Because I would have been trying Reno and Wyatt. I might draw them for 60.
Yeah. No. It's always, it's still seated in the first place. They're all seated. Yeah, that card is set. He's at 7.
I know. Before fucking everybody even tells me, I already know what the fuck.
You know where that
moves fucking in, right?
You know how that works.
I'm not saying that, but he's the one guy I don't want to fucking play on his boy.
I understand that. We could also fit all the players on half. That's just shit. That's just shit.
No, but the seeds and the seeds, obviously, one still has to be seeded apart from each other. They can't just go everything random. But I don't like when it's set like that to start. That's what I'm saying. I knew that. That's why I said to him, I felt like blowing my match and finishing second. Because I know I'm going to freaking run into him because I'm 2 and he's 7. And I know they're going to do that. That's why it shouldn't be like that.
It's 1 and 8, 2 and 7.
And why is he freaking ranked 7? He fucking finished second in the fucking. Yeah, he lost fucking in the final of the rubber game to get his pro ticket. Nobody's trying to miss him, but
It was not cheap, but
would still rather play fucking anybody else. Believe me, I fucking watch this. I would rather play anybody in the fucking group in there. I'm not saying I can't win, but especially because they lose fucking black belt over to him and get a cheese fucking sandwich and fucking. Oh, I'm hitting the ball. But I'm also hitting the ball before fucking anybody else can have a hard time beating me. You know what I mean? Like I used to say when I was in the Canadian. Like I know in September that I'm playing fucking Robin fucking July every year. Because they seeded me 8 and seeded him 1 and they fucking just kept it fucking 1 plays 8 every fucking year I play Robin. It does in Ottawa, I told Floyd, I'm like, if you weren't here, I'd dump the Lester, me and Lester were playing him in the group. I said, if you weren't here, just because I might draw you first round, I'd dump this guy. Not that I'm guaranteed I'm going to win. But I fucking beat Lester 4-0 quarterfinals. I'm playing Roku, he's playing Eric Colbert. And I know fucking 4 months before the tournament starts that that's where I'm going. Big question. Think about it. Be ringing like that. That one and that one, but we gotta wait till one of them comes over.
yeah, no, I know.
I'm just going home to try and sleep, so I don't know if you want to come or you want to stay. Because I didn't sleep that much last night.
Yeah, no, go home and sleep. I told her about the neighbors. I'm like, don't open. I'm like, who's this? Don't open the door. I can't see through the people.
No.
I guess I might as well just.
Well, they'll have charges. They're everywhere.
No, the blocks are there.
Oh, I got one in my car. Come with me.
Oh, yesterday.
that game.
Won it.
We'll be back.
Good for you, man. I had 44 with 3 reds left.
Really?
And
Did he have a shot? Goodbye. Did he have a chance to get shape?
he ran him. Well, he ran him up all out. I didn't think he had it in him. He made all the balls, but on the block he just had to back cut it. He's only 6 inches from it.
On the dot? He had back cut.
Yeah. It's still low. I felt like I could choke that shot. You know, like I'm 10 feet away. Dead on. I'm not going to play the yes, shot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck. I couldn't believe it.
Follow it in.
But I had points the whole game. Obviously I didn't play straight. Don't just sell. Don't back up in the tournament. For like different power safe or something like that.
Just take safe. Anything. Anything, yeah, I know.
But anyways, what a
Brutal. Sometimes it takes luck like that. You never know, right? That's what you need.
And then of course, I'm so fucked up at the end. I punched it in, so I punched the match. That was counting my flash. So I go home and he has to win. Oh no, that's not part of it too. We should be very responsible for that. No, it's not open.
I'm sorry, buddy.
It's here to play. You have to take care of the score too. Obviously in that case,
Yeah, sure. You just told me that you went.
I'm like, I might have to because I'm not even there. I'm thinking I'm going to lose. So I go up and I just punch. And then he had to win. So right away I'm texting Kevin.
You were the one that matched the team.
Oh, yeah. But it was 50. He said that. He said, kind of put me in that mindset. I know you. Because,
He said he ran 4 centuries up to brother.
usually I say a little bit more open. But this time, I don't care how long. I think it took an hour.
He just recently. Oh, that guy, the guy that does it on TV.
As far as wrestling, nice,
You know, when my dad was a
late,
professional disc jockey.
very late.
Oh, you should hear
You don't have to, I think. It's not an issue. You have someone else. Yeah. You want to go somewhere?
Or never.
I'll find you. I got lots of plans to do.
But, would you were saying?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were, yeah, you're not doing the same.
Oh, yeah, it's
Okay.
Oh, so you've been doing this a while.
First gig was 2016.
30 years ago, you was playing this all year. All over places.
30 years ago, I was watching the 18.
Not Knight Rider? I thought you were a Knight Rider kind of guy.
No, 18 Dukes of Hazzard, maybe a little Knight Rider. Get confused to be the Hoff.
Okay, the Hoff. Yeah, the Germans. There we go. He was famous over there.
Where's Pedro the week? Pedro. Major League Paulding Pad, right?
Hey, Kevin. Oh, sorry. Who won between Rodney and Jeff? Rodney.
Jeffrey Floyd. Yeah, it's all there.
I know there's one missing.
Which one?
I don't know. Oh, I think it's Jeff and Rodney.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. This is our final round robin match on table number 1. Canada's own Indilatti taking on Brazil's Pedro Luis Poli. Should be an exciting one here. It's great to see how much this game of snooker travels around the world. It's played in over 100 countries, so Canada and Brazil representing here, strong in our final match. It's David Burney in the booth. We're happy that you're tuning in. We are on YouTube. If you search out the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship Table 1, you'll find us. We also have a stream on Table 2 without commentary. And our good friend at the OBSA, Rob Richards, is streaming Table 4. So feel free to cycle through those. But glad you're here, and let's see how this one can get going. Both players a bit foreign to me. Don't think I met Pedro last year in Rio. He's looking like a rather new face, but on first glance, looks like he definitely knows his way around the table. We do talk a lot about the toughness, obviously, of these events as the travel and that expense. It's great to see a handful of our friends from Brazil come up. I think sometimes in North America and the snooker scene, and even South America and Central America, these tournaments, if you have to go some distance, maybe save up some bills and treat it kind of like a little vacation. As I never thought I'd be in Rio de Janeiro, but sure enough I was there last year. Fortunately, this tournament got me working quite a lot. There was a day that we were to have scheduled off. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because we just had to keep the best interest of the tournament going. But it was great to meet some wonderful people down there in Brazil. Really enjoyed the company of John Talish, great referee and player down there. I think he actually just had a newborn baby, so congratulations to you, John, if you're listening. But definitely looking forward to going back to Brazil someday soon. There's a thin cut on this red. He's closest to, that's just above that cluster of reds in the middle. Natural angle's gonna take him probably into the bulk area. Yeah, I heard the name Indilatti, that's for sure. Popped up, obviously, me coming from the Vancouver area. You hear of a few of these players, but it's nice that more and more events are getting streamed. Hopefully, with those more events getting streamed, I can be at more events, providing some great entertainment for all you people. Happy that you're tuning in. Do let us know if you have any comments or questions. The chat is active. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and also cheer on your support, whether you're cheering for the Maple Leaf or Pedro from Brazil, as Indilatti dons the Canadian flag. After this match, if you'll step aside, there's a few round robin matches to conclude before we get into the round robin, or the knockout phase, I should say. Pretty much all the matches in the knockout phase, except for the final, will be best of fives. And the final would be a best of 7. And we're definitely trying to hope to get a lot of matches in and potentially have final 4 coming back tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. It's definitely a level of endurance, both for players and all of us behind the scenes. Sometimes we're a little short-staffed, so if you like the game of snooker and really are passionate and want to see it grow in this country, to friends in America, down in Brazil, or anywhere in the Americas, bring up your local governing body and ask where you can help out. Because we're always looking for extra referees, scorekeepers, tournament directors, commentators, streaming producers. It takes a good community to make this snooker game work. Now Indillatti's doing quite well. Big red here. I don't know if he's going to take it on just in that grouping of 6. Yeah, he's just going to take his medicine. A nice break of 17, but that red is on. The unfortunate part is if he misses, he's going to leave Pedro with a great opportunity to counterattack. Always got to have an active brain when you're at the snooker table. When to be offensive, when to be defensive. And he has the choice of putting Pedro back, placing that blue, putting the white back to its original position. Or he can ask Pedro to shoot from there, or Indy can play on from there. Many options. Now he's down on the shot. He's not going to put him back, so has to be confident. Surprised he didn't put him back. You see there's a bit of work with the blue and the cue ball. He's just got a tough pathway back to bulk. Play the rather containing safety shot there. Half a chance for Pedro. I think he's all right to be on the black. Just waiting for the adjacent table player Andre Roy to make his decision. Now Pedro's locked and loaded and ready to go. Uh-oh. I can't believe it. What a nice red. He's nicely on the black. He's just throwing his chair. Head in his hands. Can't believe it. And he's going to put him right back in. And to erase that mistake. Good long pot here by Pedro would do him wonders. Fortunate part is that blue and black are safe on the side cushions. So. Pink is definitely available to multiple pockets. Again, I just needed a little bit more pace. There's a really great chance here for Indy. If you can get a red, get onto the pink, get that pink back onto its original spot. A lot of open reds spread out nicely. Don't want that hit on that red. So now he's got to go down all the way to the green pocket with his pink. The more distance the ball has to travel to the pocket, the more chance failure could happen. He takes his medicine, just opting to play safe, trying to actually get behind that black off the brown. Pedro did well to avoid the double kiss. And actually that little cannon into the green was nice because that white ball was zooming up table and could have come back down and given India a great opportunity. Nice little delicate kiss off that green. Let's put Pedro in a heap of trouble. A lot of reds in there. It's kind of rather spaced out a lot on the right side. But it's one thing to hit a red. One thing to make sure everything is safe. Just missed. But I think this is going to be coming back. Used to see our good friend from Brazil, Toro Santos, has come into the room. Oh, good hit there. Problem is he's left the pot on. Boy, would indeed love to be a left-hander right here, or at least ambidextrous. He could take that red into the top right and draw back. He's just going to clip off a red and come behind the green again. Oh, he had seen the pot, but wasn't successful. Well, he's left a red onto the right middle for Indy. Oh, these middle pockets, they're wreaking havoc again. Too bad, could have been a lot worse there for Pedro. That was rather just a shot to nothing there. If it went in, he's quite happy with it. But not too worried if he's missed, because he's got his white ball deep, almost glued to the ball cushion. Indy could just make one good long red. He'd be in a field of dreams. Those are spaced open quite nicely. Pink is there. Came down quite a lot. It's given a better opportunity for Indy. if he's looks like he can get behind, can get the potting angle on this brown. That fluke on that red.
I'm trying to figure out who's getting out of the group.
We'll do this open thing later.
They have to get going too.
Yeah, because I do the scheduling. That would be weird if I do the scheduling.
No. The schedule's all done. I assume you know what the schedule is. Where he would have been.
Tries for that pinky, mindful queuing over the brown. Might be playing a double here, just with an element of safe with the blue. The triple. It's a little messy first frame. Both players' first match today. Well, it's not earlier in the morning. It's getting right around the 1 o'clock time here in Quebec. Well, he's got his flute game with him today. That's a couple words that he's done. Obviously not wanting to do that on purpose. Yeah, those really hurt. You see your opponent hitting a fluke, and you're like, oh boy, can you believe it? And then they come back and put you in a snooker. Really makes your head start spinning. Yeah, it really wasn't that close there, so Indy's going to put him back. Red was on to the left middle, but yeah, once again. He's got a red to left middle, but it doesn't seem like Pedro's getting that close. Oh, he's not going to put him back here. So 45-12 in this first frame. 33 points in it. 67 on the table. That amount is just decreased. Tough thin cut. This group of three reds. just maybe going to try cross double with the element of safe here. Getting back to give Pedro a shot at a long punt. One thing it looks like with the angle on this open red on the right side, if he's to miss, he could cannon into those other 3 reds on the left side and develop them and leave an easy pot for Indy. It was fortunate that he didn't cannon into those 3, but they're all on to a degree. The length, this mid-range shot. Pesky middle pockets. When will they learn to accept some balls? Oh, gotta watch out for that brown. Oh. Do that. Now all the color balls are up in the bulk end, or the top, the bottom end of the table. Almost all balls are. Wait a minute. What's he doing there? Hold a minute. That was a bit strange. Indeed, that was actually a foul. Cue ball didn't go into the pocket. And now the crowd piping up without a referee. They're self-officiating, but usually when the white ball goes into the pocket, that's when you can put it into the D and have an option to shoot. Just because you put a non-object ball into a pocket, it is a foul, but that doesn't mean you have ball in hand, so. Seen some strange things here on the TV table on day 3. Not sure if it's going to have a bearing on the result of this frame, but still a funny situation nonetheless. So 50-point advantage for Indy. That's 43 on the table, so snookers are required. If I see Indy after the match, might just mention to him. Ooh, he might have snookered himself on this last red. But 56 points and 35 in it. And there's a nice concession there by Pedro. He knows when he's had it. So we will step aside for a few moments while the players set up the table and come back with frame 2 of our final round robin match on table 1 at the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. I just mentioned to tournament director and head referee Kevin Patrick about that little incident, and he was a little bit dumbfounded by that interesting foul. But I'm pretty sure I maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. It was for sure seen after Pedro hit a red, then he counted that cue ball into the brown. The brown went into the pocket. And then Indy brought out the brown out of the pocket to respot it. Obviously, took the foul, 4 points, and then grabbed the cue ball and put it in the D for ball in hand. We've got a few viewers out there. Feel free, everybody, chime in. I hope I'm not seeing things, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. The chat is active. Feel free to chirp up and please let me know. Both players and all our great team behind the scenes have been working long days, so maybe a little fatigue and slip up came. Decent split. The only problem is he's really put the pink a little safe on that cushion. It's going to create a good shot. Well, that might be tight to the cushion. That pink might be a little easier than first glance. Once again, Indy starting strong. The onset of the frame, got to keep it going. Nothing Pedro can do. Just got to know that there is going to be a chance at some point. Haven't seen many one-frame visits in the tournament so far. That definitely could change with the high caliber of players when we get into the knockout phase, and definitely when the Open Championship starts on Wednesday. There's going to be some impressive talent there, so definitely tune in for that. done with a little less pace. Kind of wanted to be on the other side of this red, but it still goes into a corner pocket.
Kevin, maybe you could tell me. Is it true that players play for free when they practice, or they have to pay their table? I think they pay for table. They pay for table.
Very nice mechanics by Indy. Very straight cueing. Just pulls it back nicely and then drives the cue through the cue ball. That's one of the things that our good friend Ernie Marsh, the youngster of the tournament, 88 years old, turning 89 very soon, said that was one of the most difficult things he found with the game, was just keeping a straight cue. As he pulls his cue back and then drives it through, you can just see it wavering to one side or the other. And that just comes with practice and practice. And as well, sometimes not a bad idea to get a coach. There's a few in Canada and America and in Brazil. Obviously not as many and as proficient as in the UK. The UK is just really the hotbed of it. It's where a lot of the stuff happens, definitely where the Pro Tour is based. But you may think in your mind you're doing everything right, but it's always good to have a second eye. It's like I'm writing that essay in high school, get someone to proofread it. Oh, he's just not feeling well. Looks like Pedro's just come. So the handshakes, there's a concession there, so this match is ending a little prematurely. Oh, too bad for Pedro, just not feeling up to snuff. Definitely really tough when you're just not feeling well. So, Indilatti takes that surprising little match there by a scoreline of 2-0. I think this is a good time to step aside and have some lunch, as we still have some round-robin matches on the go. And we might have a round-robin match on the TV table. Not sure, because this one just ended quite early. But we'll see what happens and keep the stream running. Just never know when we're going to come back. So it's David Bernier here at the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships, saying sayonara for a few moments, but we'll talk to you soon when we get back.
Pedro has why he conceded. We don't know why he conceded. He just stopped in the match. We don't know why. He's right there. Pedro Luis called it. He just conceded the match. The guy standing at the table. Luis.
got to do 83 rounds. Yeah. 20 minutes? Oh, yeah. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Okay, we just go to the subway. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's not that you get that player. He thought something did, that's why. Yeah, well then you don't need that.
était là. La dernière, j'ai passé ici.
These lonely nights of senior disease.
Pode arrebentar.
Água tem que esperar baixar um pouquinho. Fiquei 2 jogos, tá bom.
Sabia que eu
pas d'autres. Ah bon? Oui?
Falou que é proteína.
pé aqui, a festa não é mais fácil. Terminando já o jogo dele lá na zona. Mas assim, quando chegou a jogo, depois aqui, eu ganhei. Ele depois na tua vermelha, ficar 42 a 11, 31, 12, eu tirei os 3.
Vai ter um sorteiozinho. Vai ter um sorteio do segundo pro terceiro. Depois tem o sorteio das cartas. Você lembra do sorteio das cartas? Você lembra daí? A alegria do Pedro. Você pegou o totalmente sorteio. Se for o terceiro, depois sorteia quem encaixa. That's my first one. My complaint. So I think I'm losing to é óbvio, Tem jogador que tem ranking. Tem muito isso no cara novo. Tem razão. Dava pra ser. Essa nem se foi. Eu nem sei como é que é o prato. Eu conversando com o cara. O cara falou assim. Primeira vez. Vou assistir de almoçar. Ovo e batata. Ovo e banana. Ah, teve pão? Carboidrato baixo. Não, pra terminar, só tem 3 vermelhas lá. Só tem 3 vermelhas lá, ô Rodrigo. Só tem 3 vermelhas lá. O bolinho que é o bolinho grande. Ah, então esquerdo, só tem.
O bolinho vai pro Pedro, se ligando. Se o Rodrigo ele perdeu o primeiro. Perdeu.
Pedro Baum.
I know, but I mean, some take longer than others, so I could be one that gets
Pedro, os caras vão almoçar. Congratulations. Comeu a carninha que você vale aqui, ó. Ai, também, Gabriel.
starting the next round. All at the same time. Yeah, so I'm pretty stretch it out. That's an excellent pick already. We all start the information.
I know
If I have to play again, use default.
in the moment, my head's not but I was really hoping that
No, I just.
I'm taking in the moment, you gotta make sure the score's right.
The final one. At the round, it was me too. First round of play.
Sábado, sexta era dia, sábado era dia.
Pô, o chinesinho joga bem. Tava com mais tempo. Joga bem, mas ele deixa.
Não tem isso.
Já abre as bolas, da ponta, vai abrindo as bolas, vai ficar tirando. Mas se fosse quando se for ponto de cara forte, ele vai tudo errado. Entendeu? Ele sabe jogar, sabe da função. Mas será que lá? Daqui a pouco a gente não faz? Não acho. Não? Ele é mais. Eu acho que ele dá mais chance que a média.
Você perguntou, e o papinho? Capotei na primeira curva.
Mas o Espiga resgatou, papai.
Faltou espiga, né? Como é que resgata agora nesse jogo aí? Vamos comer uma carne bem salgada.
É, vamos comer uma carne.
Talvez ali.
Não, Pedro, vamos agora. Eu na segunda. Não deu nem chance de chegar no box.
Tem.
Eu não consegui nem chegar no box. Não, no box. Eu capotei na segunda curva, não cheguei nem no box. Eu não. Tem chance? Agora acabou.
Last night. We didn't know who was going to help. You go A1 against second and third random where they
Vai,
go.
Rodrigo é o assistente dele.
The draw is done with the computer. We don't do
Rodrigo é o
it.
assistente dele.
It's all done automatically.
always consistent, always the same.
Okay.
Now, he is the big issue because he shouldn't have been seeded 7. He's the 7th seed. He should never have been 7.
Why not?
Looking how good he plays, he should never have been 7th seed. He should have been number 1 or number 2 at least. We didn't have any records from Brazil. Yeah, no records of what happened.
Last year.
I have no records from Brazil.
What last year?
I have no scores. 0. I know that. I know he was second last year. We've got no record for PABSA.
Why not?
Because they didn't use any names that we know. They used all slang names. None of them match the names in the program. None of them. Used all made up names. Names that used Brazil. None of the names that were on the program. So we don't know any of the scores. We do not have any. Trust me, that.
No.
We've been asking for a year for the scores and got none. A year we've been asking.
Cara, eu entendi o que aconteceu.
Because they were all slang names. They didn't match what was in Cloud Snooker. So I'm trying to say who won that frame. I couldn't tell who won what. I don't know anybody. Down there, you guys do, but I didn't have a clue. So I'm trying to do the stats and I can't do them.
You could do all these ranking.
No, because no, because every frame you score counts the frames you won. 5 points for every frame you win. So if I don't know the name who gets 5 points, how can I give them 5 points? That's why I'm that is for ranking. That's how we rank players, based on the frames they win. Strictly by the frames you win. All the other guys you win.
Não, mas deixa eu
And they're going to get lost. Straight back up. No. They go in a specific way. But the number 1 seed did not play the number 2 seed in the first round. Right? So they're always specific. Right? So they're always specific there. Who plays into it is never specific. That's where it changes all the time. Second, third, we don't know. The seeded players, yeah, we don't put them so 1 plays 2. We don't want to do that right now. noticed that. It never looks like a round shoe.
I was just telling him that it could be.
It is. He said that's full random, so that can happen. And you're not in the same group, so.
Exactly.
Only one that I told you. Well, I can post your schedule pretty much. The only one missing is gonna get filled in that spot, so it doesn't matter who it is. Whoever that is, I'm sure. We may end up doing 3 rounds tomorrow instead.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do it, I don't think we'll get the extra round tonight, but I think I'm gonna get it done.
I think water supply is fine.
Because you're not, you might get this round, and then you probably won't get this one.
Oh my gosh. Mr. John. So good to see you.
Finally.
I wondered if you were gonna ride up, and then he's not gonna ride up.
Just a little bit of sense. No, I don't. Boss is crazy because Jim's away.
Totally against the rules.
What's that?
No other
I
earpiece.
was the right 6 hours. How come I didn't? 05. Yeah. It was a shit. On the truck. I didn't know.
Interfere with, I'm calling a foul line, you don't hear me. Anything can interfere with the game.
That makes me. No, he sees me.
buy any salsa? Just you keep it. No, anyone. Salsa peanut burrito.
Things are going on.
Okay. We're missing one player there. We're still playing.
Sudakatanan juga. Did you go to the park?
Yeah.
I've never done it.
Okay. Yeah, we should.
Salsa, saya sudah kasih tahu ke Ella dan
Shall I show you?
Yeah.
tidak akan
He knew he had to go to that. Because he knew who he drew. Goes into Fabino. That's who he knew he was going to go into.
Okay. Love you. Okay.
That's what how the seeding takes that way.
Saya belum pasti mungkin jam 5 atau Kabinet semua mainan dari grup sudah selesai. Dan mulai semua yang menang bermain. Kalah.
Because right now there's a bit of a waiting time, right? And the stream is still live, but there's like dead air, right? Sure. So, do you know the code for this? 1-800. So watch this. Super easy, super easy. I'm going to create a little bit of a text thing here. And it's just going to say, play will resume shortly. Okay, so play. Okay, so now, this, yeah, exactly. So when play resumes, just click the eyeball. Whoops, wrong one. Just scroll up here. Text will resume shortly. Just when play resumes, just make it go away. Then make it come back when there's. So this way people are confused. So, all right. Let's go.
Viewers are not players.
we get through 3 more rounds today, then we'll start later tomorrow. If we get less rounds through today, then we're going to start earlier tomorrow. So we don't know yet. Depends how we go. It's either going to be like at 10 o'clock, I think they're trying to start. No matter what, say 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, yeah, pretty much.
No matter what.
We try to get down to 8.
We were trying to get down to 4. So yeah, it's just, of course, you're going to start.
No, we'll get down to the quarters. No, you.
Oh, you'll get to the play. Yeah, you won't need refs tonight.
Yeah. Like tomorrow will be the quarterfinals, first match. Like,
I don't know what.
but you can start even without information.
Yeah, we can. But
It's better to, because
But
then
it's what turn they're going to be.
who? Sridhar. Yeah, but we can schedule. I mean, if they need to.
We've got 9 tables. It's got all 8 right now. That's what I'm saying. But I think we also want to try to get a break because finishing in 2.
Oh, he has to play right away.
Hey, Kevin, what's the tiebreaker format when you're tied?
Always the same. Always been the same.
So it's matches,
Matches,
then frame
ratio.
ratio, and if it's still tied there?
It's always supposed to be.
Yeah, I know I read it.
Head to head. And then last is final.
I can go home.
You thought you were still in? I could have told you you weren't.
No, I don't know.
Oh, it depends what happens then. You could still. Oh, yeah, okay.
If
No,
Jeff
we
would
can post it.
if Jeff would beat you 2-0,
You won the first frame.
so, and then I would have beaten him on frame ratio.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that you were still in it. I thought you were out.
No, now I am, because Pedro won the second frame, and he'll win on the head-to-head.
Yeah.
Even if Jeff wins the third game, he wins on the tiebreaker for head-to-head.
I'll show you on my iPad.
Well, I don't have my phone with me anymore, so I know it's.
So that's what good for you? Yeah, I already had this done because this match didn't happen.
No, I'm sure there's one there. He can't be.
Has to be. Got 3 matches, one, he's got the best ratio. He's got 1. His ratio's better than that. That's how he's playing. No matter what happens here, he's got the better ratio. Oh, it didn't do the match right. No. Jay, somebody's back was straight up on the program. Oh, Jay, that was wrong. He should have been knocking.
Sridhar's not in.
Yeah, it's showing with only a record of 7. He's -4. This is wrong. Sorry. Yeah. He made that 11 losses. No, he's 4. Hold on, let me get this straight. Hold on, Jay. Jay, hold on. I think he's wrong. I think he's right. I think he is getting mixed up.
Hello?
Yeah, I had a real mess this time because of all the changes. We had the 59 and 57 and 58. It's all over the place. And I said, never run a 56 because that's the worst because it takes forever. It's the most matches, longest to get. We aren't finishing the round robin until today. It's 2, the round robin, and you have to still play a bunch of rounds to get through. We're going to be. I've been here till last night, 20 after 1, the match finished. Same thing on Saturday, I was here till 20 after 1, quarter after 1.
And go to the 64.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. If we played 64, we were fine. But you know, like 16 groups of 4 works great.
Yep.
But I think they're going to go 48 if it's never, you're going to cut it off. And if you get 16 more to pay,
Yeah. So
then
how do
you
you cut?
fill it.
What do you do? Oh, there's 12 groups of 4, 48?
No, you can still do the groups of 8.
Or groups of 6?
Yeah, 6
groups of 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
how we've been doing it all along. So it works fine.
What up, brother? Nice to see you, man. You know, yeah, chasing the kid around. That's all I should have. Yeah, right. Yeah, I got
right, boys. So
only the match that I.
Yeah, no, but don't you put a second guy up?
No. Why? Because
Don't you draw it like Guido in a match up here with no player?
no.
That's how we've done them every time we've done them.
My assumption is, see, you do veto with no player, right? And then you do these two. Veto goes through straight away, and the winner of this goes through with nothing.
I know you're saying that, but if you put one up here, it thinks he's playing him every time. I guarantee that happens every time.
Isn't he playing the winner of these two?
Yeah, but he's not playing him right away. Like it'll put him against him every time. That's what I said. You have to have a buy. Yeah, buy. That's what I'm saying.
You select veto and don't select any. Select buy.
That's what I mean. You have to have something.
Select, go down. No. Just leave it as select. Just leave it as select. Yeah.
Oh, then you can do the next one.
Yes.
Okay.
Then do the next one. Count this.
He did a mistake. Je l'ai vu, là, you should be able to move them up. I've done it now.
Just move it one at a time. Just move it up one. Yeah, just move it up.
Now I don't have to redo the whole schedule. I know once you say you're screwed, you can't do anything.
Yeah, no.
You can figure it out, be my guest. Ah?
Non, mais toutes les deux, les trois qui les deux vont être intéressants. Tu peux pas jouer ton 3 minutes. C'est ça.
Oh, one other thing I got to tell you. You don't do it now, you're screwed.
That's why I'm saying we should just get going and.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Single guys will be like 7, 6 feet. And it is all out of fire. You see how much fun it is doing this now? I want you to have some fun with it.
Second, third, fourth. Like the series that
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do, Jay. I'm just gonna get this so we can say
You want the sheet kept?
No, I got one here. Well, yeah, I'll take that one, yeah.
So that is the right one.
Here you are. You get the front?
C'est bon, c'est bon. C'est incroyable.
Ouais, ouais, ah, merci. Moi, j'étais là. Oh là là. Ouais. Merci à toi. Est-ce que tu veux ton papier? Non, il est là. Merci. Merci.
So Eddie is number 9.
Eddie.
Eddie Indilatti.
Eddie.
So Way is number 1, Fabio number 2.
Fabio Fabino.
Fabio.
Fabino.
Fabinho. Yeah. He played in Brazil.
Correct, yeah, he was runner up.
I remember, yeah.
At least there. Don't worry about that. Just get it best of 5. I'm not going to change it till the 15th of December. But we don't have time. There's way too. You don't have time to finish this.
What I'm doing is I'm just making round 1 and round 2 best of 5.
Yeah, just worry about round 1 and 2 for sure, but 3 as well. 3 will be the same.
Like round 2, I made it best of 5.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried, just get it started now. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Hey, Victor.
How's it going?
I have something to ask you.
Yeah. About what?
My
Ajay.
gosh.
See you,
buddy.
Yeah.
Very good.
What's
up, good buddy? Good to see you. Yeah. You just getting down now?
Not stop.
I've watched you a lot when you're in England.
What?
I was watching you in England a lot.
Yeah.
Now?
In England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try something.
Good to see you.
Yes, same.
Yeah.
Just so you know where you are, you're on table 17 over the far side.
Oh, okay.
You know what? To say that this one, this time,
Yeah.
okay.
No, she plays a lot of Spanish.
Jay, my question is, Jay,
Every time we go together, send a few messages
Q's not
Jason, just go around Poland. Yeah, and also when I started playing, so I said, yeah, so what was out was a good
is it on the table?
vai jogar? Já sabe com quem vai jogar, Pedrão?
Eu já vi dividido.
Quem?
There is only that table there, and I think there is one more on the other side, which is not a book. You can practice on book.
I will ask them.
Pedrão, bate uma foto.
Não, é foda. Parece que já pode ir lá, já fui.
Good, you? No fishing today?
No.
It's hunting time. Huh? It's hunting time. Hunting, oh, that's true.
Tomorrow hunting.
Yeah?
For yesterday, change everything.
Even you should get a
You
salad.
with confidence because you beat a good opponent, very strong.
Exactly.
Okay, so you give more confidence.
I tried to watch it last night, but I couldn't find it.
Right, so your number.
Is he up the road in Quebec City? The Presley, is he up the road in Quebec City? Oh. Gone. Virgin on Presley. No, Alberto. We don't have style.
Where do I find today's screen? This one.
Which table do you want? 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship / Table 1 on YouTube. What's wrong with you? What? You wanted the answer, now you just...
Okay, what again?
2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship / Table 1 dash Table 1.
Just my last name, first initial.
Dash, space, dash, space, Table 1. Success?
No. Nice to see you. I'm very good. You? Very good. Where will we? Oh, is it
That's it.
just wrong names?
Pardon?
Indeed.
I've just got that tablet going, so now I can punch in the actual names.
Oh, that's not the one. That's probably why I couldn't find it. Okay.
Yeah, I've set some of the matches, but not all of them. Because some of them are just popping up, they just change the dates. Okay. Yeah.
Don't score, they're all yellowed out.
Why?
They're all yellow. They know they won't score them.
No, they'll score.
Okay.
Because they're on right now. Yes. So I have Levi's, I have a few of them.
That's probably because you started from the top level, so that's probably why. As it's changing the beats,
Yeah.
they're popular.
They're popular.
Does he want to play today or next time? It's a great lesson next time. And I gave you my
And good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships here at Le Bon de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. I apologize for the lengthy delay. We had a little hiccup with our technology, the scoring tablets, bringing all that great information to you people at home tuning in on the stream. So we're off and running here with our first match in the knockout round, featuring Levi Myler from Ontario taking on Quebec's own Francois Normand. These are best of 5 matches, so a little length in them compared to the round robin matches, but it's do or die. Oh, that's some kind of result there, unfortunately. Levi wasn't expecting the fluke to go in. And we're off and running. So it's David Burney in the booth. We're happy you're all tuning in. You can find us on YouTube, on PABSA's YouTube page. We have multiple streams going on. We have Table 1. If you search out 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship / Table 1, you'll find us right here. And then Table 2 as well is being streamed. Unfortunately, there's no commentary there. And our friend Rob Richards with the Ontario Billiards and Snooker Association is streaming Table 4, and I believe that's a battle between Phil Snake and Charlie Brown. And for any live scoring, you can take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com for live scoring. And as well, you can see how we all whittled down to the final 32. And we'll just have to see how who weathered the storm better. Sometimes those delays can be advantageous to certain players. Sometimes they can be a bit rough as you come in expecting to play at a certain time, and then you have to wait around. You have to occupy your mind, can't get ahead of yourself, can't get too impatient. Not sure a lot about Francois, but do know Levi. He's got a great track record, real big history in the game. He's been over in England playing over in the 900, as well as he was a semi-finalist in this year's Embassy Open that went down a couple of weeks ago. Always a contender, always a threat in these big tournaments. But obviously Francois, no slouch if he's able to make it to the knockout phase here. So here's the first chance for Francois. Unfortunately, the black is way down in the bulk area, and it's in quite a position that it might be out of use for this first frame. It's got a nice starter for red into the right middle. Unfortunately, really, there's no desirable color afterwards. So with that angle, it's going to force the cue ball to go down to the business end, and unfortunately, the black is way up in the bulk end. And the room's now calming down a little bit. So a flurry of action before these matches got going. It's really going to be tough. Now with that green and black up there by the bulk cushion. One characteristic there of Levi. Of Going off that red into the middle pocket with his white. So no color after that red, so just decides to put his cue ball relatively close to that bulk cushion. Yeah, looks like there's a red just to the right of the pink below it. Might just cut into the middle. There might be a red that blocks that path. Or this red that is gearing up for. Here's an interesting shot you don't see all the time. Wish we had a better camera angle of that, actually. Levi kind of just facing the camera, but put his cue on the table. And usually using his bridge hand as the pendulum to swing back. I'll have to talk to Levi. That shot has a name. Very unorthodox. You got to be creative in this game sometimes. Got to be technical sound, obviously, with technique. Sometimes you get in situations which are a bit funny to get out of, and Levi stretching his creativity. Yeah, pink and blue are kind of trapped in those reds. Slow starting first frame here, this best of 5. I think he's just going to clip off this blue. Just got to be mindful of the in-off into the right middle. Should be able to run and hide. Well done to avoid the middle pocket with his cue ball. Doesn't lift anything open there for Levi. Levi might have a little shot to nothing. Oh, we couldn't find the path. Thought there might be a gap there for him to get through. Unfortunate that little cannon into the red there. I don't think so. It's blocked the path for that pink into the right middle. Very nicely done. Played that with an element of safety. That double. Taking this cue ball to the top end of the table. Tough pass for Levi to get back into the ball carrier. Looks like it might have been just forced into that pot. Never a good idea to get forced into something. Definitely thought aloud a little bit. Needed help from the jaw to find the bottom of that pocket. Stun down off this red, get onto the pink. There's a little bit of check siding. Hold for the blue, put it into the yellow pocket, maybe draw back for that red in the open that's just right of the black spot. Too much actually. Really, I miss there of those two reds that are above the pink. It's definitely look like appetizing reds to put in the left middle. Doesn't look like the layoff is bothering Francois. A local Quebecer, I'm not too sure if he lives in the Montreal area. If he is, it's always handy sleeping in your own bed. You might have been able to take off during the break and get in a little cat nap. Short screw back. An angle just to stun into these two reds, kind of disturb them a little bit, open them up. Yeah, it's getting into the knockout round. The talent level is quite high. So one just little mistake and you could be sitting for quite a while, as Levi's experiencing right now, hoping that he can just at least get one more chance. Francois knows how to treat these middle pockets, just hit it straight in the middle, and more often than not, that pocket's not going to refuse it, like we've seen so much in the past few days. Good chance here to put us in the Snooker's required stage. Few open reds, 37 advantage. Francois doesn't even feather, kind of just take a look at that again. Can negotiate with the cushion here for this blue. Could have an angle to push out maybe one or two of those reds on the right cushion. Alrighty, well, he does feather a little bit, but very short, compact feathers. That just enough, so he's got some separation. Always when cue ball and object ball are close together, always a threat of a push shot. Got a great little piece of advice earlier from Kevin Patrick, our tournament director, referee extraordinaire. So the big thing with a push shot is listen for it. You'll hear the two hits, the two clicks. It's definitely tough to see sometimes, as well as alluding to as well when a player is really straddling the table. Yeah, just letting Francois take that shot. When a player is straddling the table, they're almost on like their tippy toe on the one foot. You know, always a threat that maybe that foot comes off. So Kevin has told me if he's reffing that situation, he's looking at the player's foot to see if it comes off and listening for the click of the hit from the cue ball with the cue. Have a good color after that red, so a nice little break of 33, giving him a 44-point advantage with 46 to 42. It's 51 on the table, so Francois just needs one red to put us in the Snooker's required stage. Without the referees at the table, both players will agree that the White ball is spotted back at the correct spots. It was a good hit. Fortunately, he's left a choice of reds for Francois, probably electing for the one on the right side. As being a right-hander, he can get his hand on the table, doesn't need to use the rest, as the rest would come into play with the red into the left top corner. We just can't pull the trigger on frame ball. Did he just get a bit ahead of himself? Just seeing the opportunity there. Always good to get that first frame on the board. Also got a little longer format in the knockout phase. Pretty crucial, but obviously in the round robin, those best of three, it was of paramount importance of getting the first one on. Oh, just a thin glance there. Tough part, obviously, is with 48 in it and 51 on the table. That's coming into play that black is needed. And that black is really tied up there behind the green. Pink has joined the party, so definitely is looking like a tough frame for Levi to be victorious. But he's going to give his best. Just waiting for Sylvain Etier on the opposing table just to clean up his business. Now that calmness has been restored. Punting angle, it's tough going into that left middle with this red that's by the yellow. Almost think he might be in favor of taking this long red into the top left corner pocket.
I'm saying at least 6:37. Yeah, and we're only going to do the 2 rounds. Because 3 rounds tomorrow instead. It's too late.
You just shoot me a text when I'm done.
Yeah, no problem.
We're outside.
So I've just overheard it's just going to be the first 2 rounds of the knockout phase today. So we'll come back on Championship Tuesday to have the quarters, semis, and finals. So we'll have 2 matches on the TV table left today. The one that we're looking at right now with Levi Myler and Francis Norman. And at the conclusion of this round, we'll see who's in the next round, and they'll be playing the first seeds, the winner of this. As with this format, the top 3 from each group moved on from the round robin phase. And the first place got a bye, and 2 and 3 were just randomly put into positions in the knockout phase. Hope you're enjoying the great snooker action here of this 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. We do have an active chat on the stream. If any comments or questions, do let us know. Also, feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. If you've got any support for either player, whether you're cheering for Levi or Francois.
the schedule's already done. Everything's made, right? It's just the player that's pulled it out.
Is it part to need to create schedule again?
Yeah.
And if you create schedule again, would it just populate the same way?
I don't know. I did everything in that here.
This is helping Levi's cause, but that black is still pretty tied up. With all the reds coming down to the bulk area, that's where the black is. Oh, just a drop of the head. So he's aware that's not his favorite shot that he just played. Well, it looks promising for the Quebecer to take this first frame of a best of 5. Good angle on the blue.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, I think. I'll show you. It says to reschedule.
Nice little kiss on that green. If it was full on, it made this pot on the red a little bit more difficult. But the side little snick on it gave him a little bit of better angle. Still got to use the rest.
Yeah. Do that. Just slide it over. Do that. Just to make sure. So just as a backup.
Yeah, because I've been here before and then I have no idea what the schedule was. Oh yeah, you can't copy the schedule.
I think just where the black is situated right now, I don't think we'll see Levi come back to the table. And there is the actual concession right there. So Francois Normand took this first frame 57-2, and we'll be right back with frame 2 action after this. And we're back with Levi Myler to break off frame 2. This knockout round match. Looking to rebound and get his first frame on the board of this match. Definitely does not want to go down 2 frames to none in the best of 5. But looks like he's... There's a red into the left middle for Francois. Looks like the cue ball does pass this brown.
Yeah, you have to do the whole thing over again.
If you go to the open schedule at the beginning,
Oh, I can copy that.
yeah, go to the open schedule.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. I can go back.
Fortunate enough, the yellow isn't high in point value as it's kind of run and hide in the world of red balls down there. Tough pot here, obviously, as you can see. You guys got to negotiate that cushion and pocket. Put the blue safe. So it's going to open up some reds. Actually, black has gone to a position.
But I want the player to get a warning that they think they have the day off a lot of the time. And you don't have
Look out for that white ball. Oh. But this frame is just in its infancy. 4 points, not too much of a problem right now, but as the frame grows older, we'll have to see if that comes back into play. If we're going down to the black ball, it could be of paramount importance, that foul. Levi won't be letting himself get ahead like that. I think there's plenty of reds and colors available. So I was hoping to get into bulk. Interesting about the knockout stage. There are 24 players in it. And there are 2 Americans that are playing each other. There's 2 Brazilians and 20 Canadians. That's a nice shot there by Levi to get behind the green. Yeah, this is when these players have just a little bit more time contemplating where they want to go. Knockout phase, they're high caliber players, so getting out of the snooker is one thing, but making sure everything is safe is another ball of wax. Well, it succeeded in mission number 1 of hitting a red. Unfortunately, he's left a red on for Levi. It's not the easiest one. And Levi, one of those ambidextrous players. Oh my goodness. He was pretty much walking around to the other side of the table to line up that black, but the red did not drop. Francois has a few open reds here. The black was a bit tricky. Anything is missable on a snooker table. That's going to open things up a little bit. Just giving a good chance for Levi. We will help out his confidence. He feel like he wasn't getting a lot of luck early on. So amazing in this game, as much as he's only down by a frame, but your back's up against it, really come out and attack. Not sure what Levi is looking for. And look at that. Victor Sarkis. Out of nowhere. In the room. He's going to be playing in the Open Championship. But he steps up and comes in. I think Levi just wanted to make sure the spot was nice, as that red was close to the pink spot. Just wasn't too sure if it was going to go back on its original spot, and it looks like it isn't. So I think Victor was hoping to be a bit more well-dressed when the first time we saw him, but he's in the room. He's participating in the Open Championship that starts on Wednesday. Got into town maybe today or yesterday. Just wanted to come in the room and soak up the atmosphere. Appreciate him helping out when needed. Unfortunately, with that pink going on the black spot, it's really put it out of commission. Almost flicked it in that middle pocket. Green. So if you're ball spaced out, green is kind of close to the middle pocket. In a few shots time, that pink does go to the top left.
know you can tie your shoes.
A little bit. You always like those, I know that.
If it's free, I'll fucking come in.
Then try to force the issue by trying to take on that red into the green yellow pocket. Look to put Levi safe near the bulk cushion. Oh, unfortunately, a mistake there by Levi. He's left a red on for Francois. It's got some distance, but it's just sitting over that pocket. Just gotta give it some study and care. Make sure he knows what color he's going for after this. Push that pink out nicely, and I think the pink's going to come back to its original spot. Small little stun shot here, and he could be on the red that's just below the white ball after the pink. Maybe the angle wasn't there. Had to come up table, but he's got relief. He's got some other reds. Just can stun the red that he's closest to into the top right. Hold for the pink. Just being mindful of that blue. Doesn't want any piece of fabric from his shirt to touch it. Yeah, just a bit concerned about it, so he's going to be better safe than sorry. Bring out the rest. Looks like a good chance here for Francois. Not sure if there's any kind of angle there. If this is straight on of him just running through on that pink. Hopefully be on these three reds above the cue ball. The one that's closest to the top right might be the next one for Francois. Oh, and it doesn't drop. Just rattled in the jaws. Maybe just got ahead of himself a bit. But is he fortunate that pink rattled enough and shot out that he's blocked the path for this red? Doesn't look like it. Levi taking it on. Full-blooded.
That's what I tell the women. I'll try.
There's a little cannon into that red to hold for the other red. So it's going to spell end a break here unless they come up with some shot. But
next week I'm up north. I've got 2 excavators. I'm digging over the
That's it now? Because it says if you highlight it, it does say to reschedule, but we can change it.
Get a chance there, but I do like Levi's demeanor. I feel like it echoes Mark Williams, a professional player, just kind of struts along nonchalantly. Really doesn't let his emotions take hold of him, which definitely you need to control if you want to be an effective snooker player. Not just going to have many ups and downs. So 19-17 in the second frame for Levi Myler over Francois Norman. So try and just gently tap this into the side. Just got distracted a little bit by a rest being dropped on the ground from the adjacent table. Pace just to be on a color ball, but what can I say about those middle pockets that I haven't said already? They're being a pain in the neck of all these players.
Is it in order?
It's a thin cut into this left middle on this red. Going to lose control of the cue ball. Oh, could have done without that kiss in the black. Gifted Levi a chance. Levi's really got to capitalize on this one. Active room here. There are some paying customers who come in. It seems like a little bit of the music has come on, so players are going to have to deal with a few maybe distractions, but just put on that tunnel vision. Oh, maybe Levi was distracted a bit by the addition of the background music in the room. Francois just popped out of his chair like a Pop-Tart there, ready to go, seeing a good opportunity for himself. What a tough pot. It's really tied up that corner pocket now. See if that red near the top right is tight to the cushion. It's tight. It's object ball and cushion hitting at the same time with his cue ball, but doesn't look like he enjoys it that much. Very nice kiss on the pink. Just block the path. That open red near the top right. So Levi can only really see one. That's one way to put in that red. Fortunately, the cue ball has just come right behind into the red. And the initial red that Levi had has stayed right around the top left corner. So good safety shot is paramount here. Great weight there. Tap of the table from his opponent.
What are you drinking?
It's definitely potable there, but wow, it's traveling a lot of distance. Francois got to negotiate the cushion. Can't get his hand, bridge hand flat on the table. Problem is, obviously, if he misses, same red ball just hanging out like Cool in the Gang. Top left corner. Got the red, but then what? Or a lead. Oh man, wonderful shot there. Developed that pink quite nicely. Oh, but a grimace there. He didn't want to cannon into that green. Green and blue safe. We'll see how that transpires. So Levi with a 19-point advantage in the second frame, best of 5 knockout match. Winner moves on to play one of the first seeds. Just don't have the bracket in front of me right now, so I'm not sure who the winner will face. The loser, unfortunately, will go home, but I believe both of these gentlemen are competing in the Open Championship that starts on Wednesday. You work so hard in the round robin, it's always deflating when you go out in the first round of the knockout phase. He's just a little frustrated as he missed a trick there. Just didn't get behind the yellow. Push it close to the brown now. Created definitely a great landing area for Snooker. See how that plays out in this frame. Could have landed in a better spot for Francois. Just not happy, just coming over to take a look at the score. You'll eventually need the green and blue, so he's going to take the green off and maybe hopefully get behind the brown and yellow. Didn't get the cover, but hasn't left a starter there. But maybe is there? Oh, maybe he does have the snooker. Francois is coming to market. Wow, what a shot there. Big round of applause from the audience there. I think Levi will be able to hit this red. It's just where is the red ball and the cue ball going to end up? Could have been worse. Loved just that red to hit the right side of the green, as it would have shot the red just gently behind the brown. Is there enough of this red poking out that Francois can put it into that top left? Looks to me like it is. He's just got to be mindful of that green. It's a little annoying. Bridge hand on the cushion. It's well frustrating. But not a problem. Yeah, shake of the head does not like it. That's a tough green. But what a reward it would be if he's able to take this green. Looks like maybe he's just going to hit the yellow, come off cushion, and nestle up as a green to stop the pace of the cue ball. It's a great yellow. These players always like to prove me wrong, but they do have the best vantage point at the table. Wow. 15 in it and 27 on the table. Francois needs to run out. Blue obviously in a very, very difficult position. He's still at the table. Can't win a frame of snooker when you're sitting in your seat. Not feeling right there. Smart move. Always good to, if you're feeling a little uncomfortable, there's no rule that once you get down on the shot you have to stay down. That's why it gets up, recomposes himself. Yeah, have to hit that with a bit of pace just to maybe give him a chance of some sort on the blue. Levi taking a look at the score. 10 in it, 22 on. An active live chat on the stream here. So feel free to voice your support for either player, whether it be Levi or Francois. If you have any comments or questions, let us know. If you want to let us know where you're tuning in from, it would be great to hear from you. Snooker is a global game played in over 100 countries in the world. We're in the Belle de Provence of Quebec at La Bande de Coin in Saint-Lambert, Quebec. Right pace to get behind the blue, just up the right angle. And Levi needs brown and blue. These are tight pockets on the Rasson tables. Just got to be absolutely precise. This would be some pot if he is to make this blue. I just think he's going to clip on the right side and run around and get his cue ball back to the top end of the table. It's a bit out there. Levi does need blue and pink to take the frame. Francois needs to run out, so this blue is starting to be paramount importance. Just a little too thin. I don't think that black came to save the day for Levi. And a little wry smile there by the Canadian. Well, both are Canadian. One's from Ontario, one's from Quebec. This would be a steal, and this would really hurt Levi. So I'll just taking a look at the scoreboard. Just shaking his head. He doesn't really like it. Got a lot of table to cover on this shot. Can't blame him for doing that. Let's put his cue ball rather safe, tight to that cushion. The pot is on for Levi, but just being up against the cushion just makes it that much more difficult. Oh, what a shot there by Levi. Just comes up nonchalantly and fires that in, but does need the black. Yeah, difference is 7, and 7's on the table. This black for the frame. Levi just waiting for Sylvain to take his shot on the adjacent table. Walks around, takes a look at the potting angle. Putting all his eggs in his basket there. Some left a super easy shot. Obviously, pressure on it. Francois would love to put us back to a black respot. Is it there? It is. Oh boy, I think the pressure now turns on to Levi. If I really was pulling away with that frame, he's let Francois come back. A little flip of the coin to find out who's going to choose to break off or not. Always gets exciting in the knockout phase. So it looks like Francois has won the toss. And he's going to put Levi in. And will we be 1-1? Or will Francois take a 2-0 advantage and put in the driver's seat? Oh, Levi. Double kiss there. Sometimes usually these respots can go on for a little bit, but Francois just calm the feelings. Great first opportunity for him. And it's there. What a steal there. A little motion, pump of the fist for the Quebecois. So Francis Norman has a 2-0 advantage on the precipice of getting a whitewash victory, but be some shock if he was to whitewash Levi Myler. So Levi is going to come back in the third frame fighting, and we'll be right back with that exciting action. All right, frame 3 just about to get underway here. Let's see if Francois can continue the Quebec train and roll over Levi Myler. Definitely know Levi, a veteran of the game, fighter, been in these probably positions many times and crawled his way back. He's also probably been on the receiving end, been up, and know what it's like to feel like you're ready to win a match and then an opponent comes crawling back. Quite a pacey shot there by Levi. A few options for Francois to get in first. Black's open to both top corner pockets. Don't want to draw back that much, but those reds open on the right side. Blue into the top left. And an open red on the right side. So it looks like Francois just needs to go return to his case. Grab that little mini butt. Looks like he's not going to be able to need the rest here. Great opportunity just squandered there by Francois. He's opened the door for Levi. Ooh, did he run a little too far? Looks like he shrugged a little bit with his body language. Yeah, that red above the black is not going to go for him. Needs a long red here to continue the break. So Levi breaks down on 24.
Probably.
Did have a red into the top left, but you miss it. It's going to be in a world of trouble. To not call that shot as relating back to Francois' shot. I guess that's why Francois, in the previous shot of his, refused it, went for the long pot into the green pocket. Knew that it could be dangerous. Levi tried to take it on. High there for this black. A good hard look at it. Looks like it on our TV screens that he can just scooch by, but actually it looks like he can't. Oh no, it looks, yeah, he can take it on. Pressure shot. Just taking a look at this red that's close to the green pocket, just seeing if it's tight to the cushion. Looks like there's just a little bit of space there. They all start to be pressure shots when you're up 2-0. A little unfortunate there. Just hoping to use those bulk colors to just clean up the reds around there. There is a cross double on this pink. That is extremely dangerous, because there's reds back in the bulk area. He's fortunate he's put that cue ball. It's pretty tight on that top cushion. Not a lot of cue ball to work with here for Francois. 2-0. I don't blame him if he's going to try and take this red on. If he was down 2, I don't think he'd be going for it. What a pot. It's on the green. It's got a red just above the D. Slowly crawling back into this third frame. Awkward bridging. As you can see, he's mindful of that other red that he's queuing over. Just makes that pot just a hair more difficult, a little uncomfortable. Yeah, so this break is going to come to a close pretty soon. I'll just clip off the brown and hopefully get tight to the bulk cushion. Just give this a bit of space and just a tippy tap, just to get onto the green. A little strong. Would have loved to have it a little lighter. Still, real easy for Levi. Yeah, it's not all power shots in this game. It's not big screwback shots. You gotta be a master of them all. Sometimes you have to be as delicate as an angel. Tap on the table from Levi. Clever shot. It does have a pathway to bulk. Just skim off this rightmost red of the three. I wonder if the extra long layoff has just had an effect on Levi. Some shots he's just missing. It was very thick, that last shot. Should have been deep into bulk. That's what makes a snooker player very frustrated. Sure, if you get beat by a better player, you'll lick your wounds, but if you beat up yourself, it's just tumultuous. That's a better hit from Levi. There might be a little shot to nothing here. Red and black that are together there, that red just above it. Just not sure of the angle, trying to pot it into the top left. And will the cue ball scoot past the pink and yellow that are clustered together? The pink and red, I should say. First look, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, a lot of those, obviously that red that's close to the top left, it's not going to go, because there's a lot of balls interfering the path for the cue ball to find the potting angle. Very nicely done. It looks like there could be an angle just to clip off the left side of that red that's open near the right middle. Take the left side of that. Go in between those two reds that are close to the top cushion. Come back into bulk. Oh, nice long pot there by Levi. Just a little unfortunate, doesn't get a good reward to be on a colored. Well, he might be able to take this brown. If he's up 2-0, I see Levi taking that brown aggressively into the yellow pocket, be able to shoot around a couple cushions and come back down to the top end of the table to be on a red. But when you're trailing 2-0 and a best of 5, knowing that one slip could be sitting for a while and maybe even packing your bags. Foul 4. Levi has the option of playing on from here, putting his opponent in from here, or putting him back. And Levi just acknowledged that he's going to play on. He still could pop up from the shots and elect not to play. So I believe the correct legal procedure of that shot is as long as the shot hasn't been taken, he can still change his mind. Just wants to come off one cushion, maybe two, and just nestle into this red by the pink. There is a red on just above the black. So just maybe just a hair pacey, but he didn't sacrifice any penalty points there. This is a massive frame for Levi. He's got a good opportunity here now. He gets this one on the board. His opponent's going to start thinking. Levi able to take the fourth, and his opponent's really in trouble. Feel like the victory is just slipping away. That being said, costly miss maybe there by Levi. It's kind of echoes of the Embassy Open semifinal with Levi. He's just struggling with a few shots to find the bottom of the pocket. These are definitely tricky. They look just so easy. It's like, oh, it's just along the cushion. Just, roll it in. Just got to be a little mindful of that red. Just being a little bit of a pain. That's why we love this sport so much. A match or a frame can just turn around in a moment's notice. It's time for the redwoods to come out. Big shot here. Always a little tricky. This is some full extension here for Francois. Needing to contort his body a little bit. Just eyeing up the long rest that's under the table. That's the house, and might just have a little bit more length than his cue with his extension. Doesn't want to list anything to chance. Don't stretch. Great piece of advice I got the first time I put my hand down on a snooker table. Lots of tools in there. This is the first time I think I've seen this. Screw-in telescopic extension and the suction cup telescopic extension. Perfect legal to have that leg up on the cushion. Just came a bit too much. Yeah, the two telescope extensions definitely adding a lot more weight to the cue. Just have to be that much lighter with the shot. It's Brown into the left corner. He's going to have to play it with pace too. Want to stun it back over a little bit for the red, so big shot. He's got it. Okay. I think as close to the red as you'd like, but he's still giving himself a chance. He's high on the yellow. It should go into its own pocket. It's blue. Draw it back a little. Oh, it doesn't go. See, it was going to be some clearance. Every shot felt filled with pressure as it mounted. But he's got himself back into the frame, only trailing by 3 points with 27 on. He just needs to keep his composure. He's up to the blue. Trying to put a little check side there. Double is on. Doesn't look like he's taking it. He's going to play safe. Yes. He is up in the match 2-0. Then maybe he takes that double on. But no, it's just one wild miss. That could be his last shot of the championship. Oh, Francois. Oh, Francois. Très bien. Très bien. What a cross double on that blue. A little low on the pink. He's going to have to go around the world if he elects to go for the pot. Smart idea. Equally acknowledged by his opponent, Levi, with a knock on the table. What pressure is building here? Oh. This is coming back. Just 1 point difference. Levi's just got to shake that off. Just taking a look at the scoreboard. That's Francois needs them both. Both players actually need them both. Francois tempted by the double. Most snooker players play the cut, but in this situation, the cut is not there. He's playing smart snooker, that's for sure. As much as he's up 2-0, he really wants to get this match done and dusted here. No. Levi's not going to like that. Golden opportunity here for Francois. A lot of pressure on this shot, so he's just going to let Sylvain Lethier take his shot on the adjacent table, giving him a chance to breathe, clear his thoughts. I play this with a trace of check siding, just so it comes off the cushion straight and gives him a chance for the black in the same pocket. He's got it there. What a steal again. He stole the second frame. Can he steal the third frame? Black, frame and match here for Francois Normand. What a victory. Oh my. The local boy does well over a accomplished player in Levi Myler. Unfortunately, Levi's going home, but he'll be back in the Open Championship. But Francois Normand is moving on to the next round of this 2024 Senior Snooker Open Championship. And we'll be stepping aside. Not sure exactly when our next match is up on the TV table, as there's still some of the first round of the knockout phase in play. And we'll just see. So maybe just, it's about 6 o'clock here in Quebec, in the Saint Lambert city. It's time to make a little bit of dinner, and maybe if you're on the West Coast, maybe an afternoon snack, but just keep the stream tuned on in the background. And when we come back, you'll hear my voice bringing us into another exciting match. So it's been David Burney. Always a pleasure being here for you to bring this exciting snooker action through this PABSA organization. Stay tuned, everybody. There'll be one more match on our TV table. Just not sure who it will be. Definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com for live scoring, as all the tablets the players are keeping score on, so you see up-to-date scoring there, as well as all of the results. We might actually have a match coming up rather quickly. It looks like reigning Canadian national champion Carter is coming to the table, maybe to do a little warm-up. So we might be having a match sooner than later. But definitely hold on, everybody. We'll just step aside for a few short moments and be back as soon as we can get a match going. Thanks again.
Only one US player left.
Oh, I said Jay.
Qual que é o jeito mais simples de jogar na tabela? Você bater lá
Yes.
e virar the played each other.
And we played each other, right?
I told him the game will walk over.
No? Oh, he's not like that.
John, put him in the board. Uma coisa, não muito. Porque senão
You should have had your match on there, because who's the Republican and who's the Democrat?
Porque você eu ia na hora fazer o julgamento.
Como é que eu vou jogar essa bola? Não, você tem que saber, tentar decorar. Tem que estar na cabeça. Não, tem que estar na cabeça. Como é que você vai e joga? Mais fácil.
Faz aí. Pum. Viu?
Fica decorando. Você é capaz de nem conseguir chegar no meio, ou se você quer prender um pouquinho, você vai com o preço aberto. Bolas que você tem dúvida, por exemplo. Aí sim, você já botou na cabeça, não sabe o que fazer. Tem que saber decorar.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you didn't go too far, as we did have a match to come up quite quickly. It's going to be a fantastic battle here. We've got the reigning Canadian national champion, Wee Gao, who won it actually in this room in the spring of this year. He's going to be taking on Andre Roy in this round of 16 of the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you're all tuning in on YouTube. Sit back and enjoy, because this one's going to be a beauty. Carter set to break off. Obviously, Andre's the fan favorite here. We're in the Belle Province of Quebec, Saint Lambert to be precise, just on the other side of the river. Montreal, the big city. Over there, as the St. Lawrence River cuts these two great cities apart. But Carter's got a good fan base. Looks like I think some of his family might have came up, as it's not a short drive from Toronto, but definitely not a couple-day excursion, that's for sure. I think it's about a probably 6-7 hour drive from Toronto, obviously depending on the traffic. The chat is lively in there. It's been kind of a little quiet on the chat the past few days. I guess everyone's just sitting back and enjoying the great snooker action. But I always am happy to hear where any of you are tuning in from. If you got some support for either Carter or Andre, give it a shout out. Comments or questions, welcome them. Hopefully the visuals all are alright. The audio is sounding clear. And both these players, once they get an opportunity to get in, they can be quite prolific scorers. That red just sneaks by the black. It's not looking like it, so just going to clip off this red off the right cushion and get back into the bulk area. Oh, it did actually. Tough from our camera angle. And as well, I've got to navigate through a beam, some fans, 15 feet to get to the bulk on the table, and then navigate that 12-foot length to maybe see if that goes. So definitely the one that knows for sure if it's going to go is Carter, but unfortunately unable to connect. So that would be a great red. The black was right there to get him going.
Because you can now play Not the Cherry, but it won't show up because it's set for 7:30 a.m. on the 6th. Yeah, that's what I just did with.
Oh, I see. Oh, I got it. I can take like 5 minutes and then make it.
Oh, yeah, easy. Yep. Oh, no, you don't take it back.
I didn't want to get hacked. Or either way. Because usually no matter what you do, you always get yelled at. It was 3-1. 3-1 Phillies.
I'll see if they recorded it.
I still won.
Right side of the table is going to be a little tough for an escape. That'd be really, really thin just to nick off that red. I just actually look for a little containing. Turned out to be okay. Not a great shot as he's left a long red. So it almost looks pretty straight, so Andre might have to hit a little below the equator on the cue ball just so he doesn't follow it in, and there's a touch of angle there. So Andre's in first. Just on the wrong side of the blue, but he can delicately roll it into the right middle and have that red that's to the left of the pack that's out in the open.
Yeah. I like redheads myself.
It's a mid-range shot. It's a shot that Andre makes more often than not, so he's left a similar length shot for Carter. Red that's close to his bridge hand looks like it's kind of blocking the path for the blue.
Oh, I thought it was. Yeah, they're up there now with Francois, Vito and Francois are there. And your match is there too. It's on here. Okay. It should be in there. But last time we did that, it wasn't.
When you change the time,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah, needed some power on that shot. And putting some draw on it, just got to be pinpoint precise, as it's not forgiving when you're screwing a ball back. Obviously, hitting center ball, there's a lot of meat on the cue ball. Andre does get another chance. A lot of time in these amateur frames. There's chances here and there.
As long as it doesn't kick me out again.
We have seen some high runs, I believe. An 84 is the high run of the tournament so far. Correction, Fabinho from Brazil has an 81. So there are, definitely are a few dangerous players in the tournament. Well, they're all pretty dangerous. I wouldn't like to face any of these players on a table. I know I'd be sitting for such a long time, I might as well knit a sweater.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
That's on Johnny. Thanks, Johnny.
Sweat, you need something to sweat out, right?
Today I can relax.
Yeah. There's rumors going around. Yeah, I wasn't feeling too good.
Did I give you my headache? That's probably.
You lost yours? Yours. Yeah.
Stop leaving that big line.
I was trying to find a host to give one.
Yeah, Andre definitely want to be the left side of the table. It's tough to tell if those two open reds just below the pack go in. And how much space? Is that black covered the potting angle for this red that's closest to it? Andre tends to disagree as he's taking it on full-blooded. Definitely thought about it. He's using all these top corner pockets to achieve success.
So if he's good with that table, going, you guys could hit some balls.
Just didn't get a little too high.
He won 3-1. He beat Charlie 3 games to 1. Oh, the score.
Definitely a lot of people, so having a little bit of hiccups and stuff like that. The score kind of jumps out a little bit, but that is correct now. Andre Waugh with a 31-10 advantage. Right now on a 25 break, it's going to make a nice red, and he's going to lose control of the cue ball. It's going to be shooting up into the bulk area.
You said I couldn't unplay it. I would have brought it to you.
No, but you weren't using the tablet, were you?
You were using the tablet.
Oh, so who wasn't using the tablet? They were using it. Oh, okay.
I don't have that good a memory.
Never mind. I thought you were using the tablet for scoring. That's okay. I'll go. My mistake.
You guys even know the score of the match, right? Which one? Floyd in.
It's 2-1. 1 in.
Going. I know Floyd's down. I'm playing beside him every shot I hear.
Oh, were you playing on the same table you were on?
That's what he said.
You won? I said
It's
he doesn't care.
It's a good table.
And they'll play?
Yeah.
I gotta set your match up.
He's gonna hit balls first.
Unfortunately, that red's come down. Gifted a chance for Andre to take this red into the right middle. Sean, I think Carter would like that back. Might just hit it just a little bit too thick. Those little pockets. So tough on these. Where it's on tables. And Carter's another player I enjoy. Great temperament. Doesn't seem like anything really phases him. I have to say, in contradiction, Andre can be a little more animated. One thing I must admit about Andre is sometimes you think that animation in a player can throw them off, but just does it for a little bit, and then once he gets down on the shot, puts that aside and concentrates fully on the task at hand. Nice pot there.
For sure, that's not done at all.
Acknowledged by Andre with a little tap on his knee.
See, I'm showing it right at the cello. Right at the cello. The back doesn't show complete at the cello.
Yeah.
And it ended. I went in and that. So I did. Oh yeah, for sure I did. Yeah, we're trying to get the tablets to work again. Seven internet issues. Floyd's right. Floyd's too. Yeah, Floyd just lost. Indeed.
Oh, 3-1? 3-1. 3-1. Yeah.
Do you remember the score?
I don't know. No.
I can't get the player against Jeff. Can't get Bill Smith to transfer over. And it's again here. I did end the match there. Try it again.
Sorry to apologize for the little technical hiccups with the internet. Those middle pockets, baby. Obviously, it's not zeros across the board, but as much as these tablets are really phenomenal when they're working, when they drop, it just hurts a little bit. I think it should be all right for at least the players at the table, but for us viewing at home, hopefully the internet connection will come back for the tablets and the score will update.
Kevin, can you make a call for me? Just about, I think it's frozen. He thinks it's not. So I need somebody with a pair of ice. Just calling the right guys.
So Andre, Lashak was ahead and is still probably ahead in this first frame. Hopefully the score will come back. Just seems like everything was going along merrily in the round robin, but as soon as we hit the knockout round, technology really caught up with us. We had a little bit of delay getting into the first matches of the knockout. Finally got them going, and now we're having little hiccups here and there. And there we go. It's like someone turned on the light switch. The scores are back. It was completely up to date there. Andre Roy leading 45-24 in this first frame of a best-of-5 round of 16 match in the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. And just as we say it, pink doesn't go in. Here's a little bit of that animation after that shot that Andre brings to the table.
Password too for that?
Yeah, I don't know anything. Lewis is the only guy. And I can't get my computer to log on.
The basic clients work.
That's what I'm on.
Really?
I can't even log in.
The other one. Which match are you confused with?
Well, I got Phil and Jeff to put on, and it's not even transferred over to the knockout stage, so I can't put it. I can't get it on the tablet for sure. I'm on Vandercoin 1.
Bad shot. He's played it with an element of safe. And he's snookered Carter on 2 of the 3 remaining reds. Nice weight on that safety shot there by Carter. Acknowledged by a tap on the table with the cue stick from Andre Waugh.
That match is on the
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
It's getting a little messy down there. Balls are covering up each other. Looks like Carter's going to put him back. It's one attempt. This tournament, players, when they're in a foul miss is called, it's 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. But however, with this red on, if Andre is to miss it again, his opponent will have to act as the referee and come in and say, if you miss a red again, it's a forfeit of a frame.
Melhor de 3 ou melhor de 5? 2
Even these middle pockets are giving me a little headache over there. any object ball that wants to go in pretty much gets refused more often than not. But as soon as a white ball travels somewhat close and seems like it might rattle in the jaws and not go in, they'll slide in. Require some cue power if Cutter's going to take on this blue. He's really going to have to draw it back. Just made that pot that much more difficult. So he wanted to draw back for that red that the blue has come close by. Still anybody's frame here. A couple of reds on the table. The difference is 12, 43 on the table. Yeah, nothing's. No. Red and black and pink are rather kind of clustered together to be annoying. You're just gonna maybe clip off the brown, come behind the green, and he's done so with perfection. Absolutely devious. This is one of those situations where a free ball could happen as well with that red near the black. Carter could cannon into the black with his cue ball, and that's a 7-point foul. If he's to miss it, there's definitely a high chance that it's going to be a free ball. Yeah, being tight that green, it takes out the one cushion. So almost looks like it's going to come bulk, left side, right side contact, or maybe even using the top cushion. So this could be a 3 or 4 cushion escape here.
That's Airbnb? I know. It's not bad. But what is
Yeah.
unusable, like
Long deliberation here. It's getting over a minute of shot time.
so that's why like we asked. Okay, but Jeffy, he looks for Jeffy, we asked you? Jeff Kennedy? I spoke to one Pedro. Yeah, the place. Next time, when we're gonna come for. I don't know what days it was coming. It's already on the table. My daughter said, okay, I want one weekend.
Oh, he's going to come back, and that's 7-point foul. Both players confirming just to make sure that all the balls are put back to the correct position. Looks like we're just looking at the television screen in the room. Very smart move there by Andre. Took a photo of where the ball was. Way to use technology. Smart idea when there's no referee at the table. I do appreciate the fans helping out, but you never really know. Sometimes he is asking for a bit of guidance. But I think it's up to the two players here really to decide. I'm pretty sure hopefully these fans would not want to have any bias. Obviously it's a Quebec heavy fan base here. Andre does live in the Belle Provence.
That's up 15, right? I can go to Quebec.
Yeah. Both players agree. Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely do want to make sure that everything is put back correctly. But you know, everyone's always just looking for that slight angle, so a few people. Some other people have taken some photos. So, tournament director Kevin Patrick has come over. The tough part is obviously for Kevin to come over here. He did not see where everything was before the shot, so he's kind of has to take a look at the evidence as well from the pictures that they took. As long as both players are in agreement. So that was just the first attempt there. So we're just going to come in with a tailor's pencil. A small little mark. Black ball is. The red is. Definitely earning his paycheck this week, Kevin Patrick. Running a tight and effective ship as tournament director. And also getting called in to referee. Certainly going to have some well-deserved rest when this tournament is done. See, that's the problem a little bit. I find sometimes, I know they're trying to get the best vantage point. You know, some of the fans coming in, they've taken pictures. Now Kevin Patrick coming and asking for the photographic evidence. So this really, sometimes it's the problem because this really can drag down a match. Some momentum. And it slows down. I preach it a lot now. We just really need a lot of people behind the scenes. Referees, utmost important. It's not the most glamorous job, but and as much as some of the players might disagree in the moment on a ruling, the referee is there to uphold the rules to the best of their ability. And their ruling is obviously final. If there was a dispute, should be done after the match. Kevin Patrick is just calling a halt to all these shenanigans, saying, all right, it's done. Let's get on with this. His second attempt for Carter. And the black was hit. Andre electing to put him back. So this is starting to get costly for Carter. Carter just coming around to take a glance at the scoreboard. Now trailing by 27 points and 35 on the table. Now he hits the pink. It's a free ball. It's not a bad idea to take the free ball, use the pink, take on the black, kind of clears up the red. He's going to put him back, so this is going to be the final attempt for Carter. I'll be happy to see when this is over. Almost a good debate in the chat room there. What would you have done in that last position? If you were Andre, would you put him back? Or would you elect it for the free ball? So final attempt here from Carter. So now we're in the snooker's required stage. 40 points is in it and 35 on the table. Decent hit there. Andre Waugh just frustrating the reigning Canadian national champion, but didn't get the trick there. As Carter can see the red. Also even a potting angle into the left middle and down into the green pocket. What's this cue ball doing? Very lucky. He might have thrown in the towel on this frame if that went in, just kind of regroup and get back at it, start anew. For a few more rotations, just get nice and tight behind that brown. But he's left a long pot on for Andre. First glance, I thought that was almost going to be a bit too thin. This looks like a first frame to the Quebecois, Andre Waugh. So.
And I've always been able to do that. Yeah, well, I haven't even asked.
Just thought that that brown was going to hit him, but that's a concession there. So Andre Waugh takes this first frame of a best of 5. The national champion of Canada is up against it, but he'll shake it off, and hopefully he can get his first frame on the board when we come back for frame 2. And we're back with frame 2 of this round of 16. Winner of this frame will punch their card into Championship Tuesday. At the end of tomorrow, we'll find out who is going to be going to Sheffield, England this May to play in the World Seniors Championship. Igor Figueiredo, who played and won this tournament last year, won the championship over there in Sheffield.
Oh yeah, you could take some time. Go up that table. Okay, we got a problem. We got Indy 3-1. I can't manage to score nothing. And I'm on it at score. Way to go, Roland. Thank you. 15 minutes or so?
20.
Am I allowed to hit balls on that table? Like, I can't get a practice table.
You're playing run, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have 5 minutes or so, but
That's all I get is 5 minutes.
that's all anybody's getting.
Fucking guys are gambling over there, and the only practice table in the room.
No, there's one over there.
Yeah, freaking 60 million.
You're in the right spot.
I know. Just
It's that one right there, right? And I went over to do it like I did that before.
Nice red. Fortunately, you know, it's gonna be a tough color. It's too thin of a black, that's for sure. Does have a red in the bulk area, so he likes to take the blue. Actually, looks like you might be able to take this pink into the right middle. Just enough of an opening. There is.
Then they do updates and it goes for shit. And I got up. There's like three or four matches waiting to go and I can't do anything.
Done very well to just afford the red on the cushion. Obviously would have loved to be on the right side of the blue. See the right side of the blue. It's just cue ball is a little bit close to the Balkan and the natural angle will take him down table, but there's an open red just to the right below the pink.
something I tell you, it might slow him down. So we got Daniel and we got
Yeah, these breaks are like building a house. You don't just whip it together in quick moments. You slowly build it brick by brick, ball by ball. Definitely would love to get that black back on its spot. He's got an opportunity here.
No.
It's showing.
And he's winning. He won 3-1. He's winning. He can actually end the match.
I bet you can. Try because it's not a 3 out of 5, so we'll win.
Let's try.
It's a tough black. Andre capitalize on that mistake. That's what you have to do in these stages now when we're getting down near the climax of the tournament. Cream of the crop rises up. Players that play well not only pot heavily, but can turn around and capitalize on opponents' mistakes.
Don't just see it on the sheet.
Kevin, you still playing down to 4?
He's going to play 3 rounds tomorrow.
Oh, I just see he's going to stick around and watch, but not if it's till.
Yeah, we're not going to get done till midnight.
No, now it's on 2-2. In the match, good luck, draw. This is stupid.
Tell him you want to have issues?
Hold on, we might be able to fix it.
Did he get enough? Andre has to come back to bulk. He does have to be mindful of that red that's right by the green. And goes the other way.
Okay, I got another match to do instead. I'm going to do Danielle and Indy on the table Rodney is on.
Yeah, we get this one.
Oh, yeah, we can't get him to the...
Yeah, as long as we get this one. Okay, we should be. Yeah, it's got updated.
So let's see if we can get it on here and then we'll...
These middle pockets are proving really tough.
Should be on the tablet now. It's gone through. It's finicky, lots of little bugs in the system. I get some updates and just lots of bugs. I know, me too. I've never had this.
Well, retaining safety there. Put him tight to the top cushion. And that green's definitely blocking the path for the red into the green pocket. So that's out of the equation there.
Oh, time. Did you check the time? I think every other one's been wrong, right? 7:30 a.m. Wrong day.
Yeah, it said the quarterfinals, round 2 was not set up at the right time. That's why.
Well, I didn't set it.
Who said?
Clever shot there. Can see that red, but I think that red's just on the wrong side of that middle pocket for Carter to thinly cut in. I mean, it's a thin, and he's going to hit it with power. There's some support in the chat for Andre. Let's also hear it for Carter. Mike Van Buskirk is asking what the age limit is for this tournament. Well, this is a seniors event, and as long as you're 40 years of age or older, you can compete. We had one of the oldest competitors competing in this tournament, Ernie Marsh, who's 88, turning 89 within a few weeks. Had a great celebration for him this morning before the matches commenced. Just a top-notch guy. At 88, he's playing matches deep into, like, finished one match, I believe, on Saturday at 1 o'clock or just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and was right back in the morning to play his 9:30 match. Once again, we're just having a little hiccup with our scoring thing. Should come back in a moment's notice. A lot of glitches with the internet on this Monday night. This is a round of 16 match with Andre Waugh taking on the Canadian national champion Carter, also known as Wee Gao. We gotta be gentle with those middle pocket shots. A long pink here. Many reds around the brown. At times it can get confusing. That's usually the problem with people that are colorblind. Actually, they have a tough time distinguishing what is the red and what is the brown. And now if they announce it and declare it before the match that they are actually legally colorblind and produce the documentation that warrants their affliction, they are entitled to ask the referee, or when there's no referee present, as the opponent in these matches right now acts as a referee, you can ask, is that a brown or a red? But the player must produce the documentation before the match. As if the player does not, and they ask, is that a brown or a red, then a foul is incurred. Or I believe maybe the referee might not be able, I cannot answer that. So this is a good rebound by Carter. Score has come back and up to date. It's a tough cut on that black. A lot of pressure. Left a not a relatively easy starter for Andre, but definitely a pot that Andre makes more often than not. But that's what pressure can do. pink blocking that thin slice of that red into the left middle. So looking like Andre is going to just shoot this red that's on the left cushion down to the bulk end of the table. Get his cue ball as tight as possible to the top cushion. Unsuccessful. I think fortunate enough there that he hasn't left the potting angle on that red close to the green pocket for Carter.
That's why I was laughing.
Ooh, the dreaded double kiss. So I'm pretty sure Quebec doesn't enjoy their French heritage, so a double kiss is quite nice in this province, as it is back in France. But on a snooker table, more often than not, the dreaded double kiss can spell disaster.
I've already got them on there, so that you got it to work. You got it? Yeah.
So, can Andre crawl back into this frame and make it interesting? The points are there for the taking. Can't score quite highly. He's going to be dancing around the brown. But when in doubt, if he does falter on setting himself up for a color after a red, he does have a nice black sitting over the top right corner. Oh, nice cannon there. He's got an angle to come down and get this black. Always getting those blacks gives you a good amount of points to jump back into the frame.
That's the problem we see because they wouldn't set properly a creation.
Oh, nice little rub there. Put him in prime position for this brown. He's a little high on it. It'll actually be quite perfection as he could play for the red just below it to the same pocket. Not the case, just had to run through, but he's still on it. This is what you got to do if you want to defeat the reigning Canadian national champion. Just keep them sitting in their chair. Can't do anything. Wow, that was a big miss there as he's cannoned the red and made the other red available. I think if the green came back, there would have been a path. Once again, our scoring just gets a little hiccup there. Looks like this red does have a path that goes through. So it was pretty close. The score was. It just ceased to exist. Hopefully it will come back.
No, 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 no. No, seriously, watch.
Looks like this frame's going to come down into the colors. All the colors look like to be on their spots, so this looks like a advantage for Carter. Just needs a good shot to get on that final red. I was just a little disgusted with that one. Canada and the brown didn't want that. Mike, anybody can play in this event, I believe, as long as you're a resident or landed immigrant in any of the Americas, whether it be North, South, or Central. Appreciate you asking all the questions. That's what we're here for. Obviously, if you check out PABSA.org, it's PABSA.org, you can take a look and just see what all the requirements are, but I believe that is the case. And there are the national tournaments, like the one that Carter won in the spring, the Canadian National. You have to be a Canadian citizen or landed immigrant. The same goes with the U.S. Nationals that will be coming up in late November down at Embassy Billiards in Los Angeles. Not fully aware of the ruling in Brazil, but I'm pretty sure, I think a lot of these national championships do follow the IOC ruling. But if there's a tournament and it's stating as an open tournament, pretty much that's open to anyone that can pick up a cue. As long as you pay the entry fees, you agree to the rules and regulations. Now our score has come back to be live, which is great to see. Opie Lay, I was wondering who's playing on the adjacent table. That's Sylvain Etier. And he's taking on Pedro Romain Brome. Pedro, who is a big chef, the boss man down there with CBBS. And actually, if you take a look at table 2, punch in that same title that you've found us. So it's a good escape here. It's left a pot on, but it's very tricky. Didn't sacrifice a lot of penalty points. But as I was saying, if you punch in that title of our YouTube page here, the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championships dash then right table 2, you should be able to see some bonus coverage over there. Carter's able to put that red down the bottom of the pocket. down just a little bit more. And just for you friends that are wondering, on table 2, I'm just trying to update the score over there. Scoreboard. Been having a little difficulty this afternoon with our service. It seems like the internet has just been up and down and all around. So hopefully that score will come live for you if you've jumped over there to table 2, or maybe you have both tables in action. I also have as well on the OBSA channel. Our good friend Rob Richards is taking care of that stream with Phil Snake battling Jeffrey Kennedy. So, lots of great snooker action here on day 3 of the 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. It's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you've been tuning in. Obviously, if you have any questions, comments, we'll do our best to answer them. Always feel free to let us know where you're tuning in from. We've got a good fanship over the years, and people are tuning in from all over the world. Snooker's played in over 100 countries. And if also you wanted some live scoring, you can check out cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com is where you can see results and see the live scoring. As long as these tablets and the internet is playing ball with us, those should be updated as players choose to update their tablets. Andre was going for that. Because of a hand, it looks like the blue has blocked Carter's path to the yellow.
I haven't had any problems with my laptop ever, so it's really thrown me off. I never had a problem with the internet, ever. Like, it goes to Google instantly, so I think it's something with the cloud.
This looks like it might be a free ball. Both players discussing. There's no referee at the table. Both will discuss about it. If they are in doubt, they can call over tournament director Kevin Patrick. Mike there, over there from Moncton, New Brunswick. Jeff is playing. Search out on YouTube the OBSA channel, and you should be able to find Jeff Kennedy and Phil Snake in their match. Good to cheer on a hometown boy. We'll miss you over here on table 1, but obviously you want to root for your fellow Monktonian. And Kevin Patrick is coming over just to take a look to see if, in effect, it is a free ball. And Mike, if you're ever in Fredericton, Ideal Amusements, a great game store run by the great Bob Hargrove. It's kind of wishing that I come from Vancouver and here in Saint Lambert, Quebec. It's a little close to New Brunswick and Fredericton. I was almost hoping that Bob would make his way down here, as I haven't seen him in about 6 years, and recently got inducted into the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame. And just a solid gold individual. Sweet as can be off the table, but a firm and but fair referee.
All set for the Fabio game?
Who's he playing?
I don't know.
Yeah, Roland, yes, yes. We're trying to get the tablets to connect, the revolutions to get the tablets up. Connecting to the
Obile, are you referring to the YouTube website? He's saying it's kind of lagging a little bit. Everything's looking good. On control center here.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, there was Jason's waiting. Yeah, he's sitting there, they've been waiting because they gave up the table run.
Looks like Andre just had to excuse himself for a comfort break. It looks Looks like it's no free ball.
I know it's been pushy too, but right now at this stage, nice to watch it.
Well, it was a foul, so he could put him back if he wants to. He's motioning to put him back. Yeah, most of the time it's players are hopefully going to use their comfort breaks in between frames. Sometimes nature falls and you can't fault that. Yeah, Opile agreed. Yeah, the PABSA site with Cloud Snooker, it is a bit stuttering. We've hit a little log jam. That's why we were a little delayed in getting the knockout round started today. Oh, it's the last place Carter wanted to be. So we do apologize for the lag of it. Technology. We love it and we hate it. We love it when it's zooming along nice, but sometimes we feel like we're in its handcuffs when it shuts down. But hopefully we're doing all right with you. Obviously our scoreboard now has kind of had a little glitch again. It's been happening more often than not in this frame. But at least we're able to bring you some good pictures, and hopefully the sound is sounding clear for you. I describe the action. This is definitely how people get inspired. People probably watching this at home and go, hey, that looks like a lot of fun, or I could play better than that, or but some of these players definitely make it look easy. It's a very tough game. This game of snooker, I think that's why we enjoy it so much. Big tables, 12 by 6, just mammoth in comparison to its counterpart. The 8-ball and 9-ball tables are usually around 4 feet, 8 by 8 feet. And the pocket's probably about a size of maybe 3¼ inch. As you're trying to use a cue ball to hit a object ball that's 2 1/16 of an inch in diameter into that hole. Could have been a bit better. Andre wanted his yellow ball tight to the cushions, so there's a bit of a breathing room there, but Carter's just waiting for Sylvain to take his shot on the adjacent table. And there we go. Score's back up. 3 points in it, 27 on the table. It seems like there's a lot of runaways. High percentage of these matches here in the Americas do always come down to the colors. Ooh, tough miss for Carter. Always a good mantra to, when you come into these matches, just get to the colors. If you can be in it and you're on the colors, you got a chance, because they definitely, one of the great practice routines is running the colors from their spots, and people practice that religiously. Belay, you're not alone. There's a few chants of Eureka, as our great team behind the scenes has been having issues with that Cloud Snooker page as well. It's a shot Andre'd like to have back. Saving grace that he does have the brown quite safe. Carter's just got to be mindful that pink. Doesn't want to touch any of it with any part of his clothing. Way back in 2016 when I did my first commentating gig ever, the Richler Cup, just actually at Stefan, who's in the room, actually his room, Snooker 147. Fantastic tournament over there. Really got to meet a lot of great people and re-meeting them this week, which is great to see. But going back to that event, fan favorite Charlie Brown was in a match and watching it go along, and all of a sudden he went down on the shot and got up and retorted back to his seat, and everyone was kind of scratching their head, but he declared foul, 4 points, and notified us that just a little bit of his shirt had touched a ball, and that is a foul. Some more looser tournaments might have only play cue ball fouls, but when you get into the high stakes of a PABSA Senior Snooker Championship, or what's following us on the PABSA Open Championship, going back to that Richler Cup, the Canadian Nationals, the U.S. Nationals, they do enforce all fouls, so touching ball fouls are enforced. So always good to read those rules. Those rule books definitely are able for downloading on WST TV's site, but in North America, there might be, and Central and South America, just a few tweaks sometimes, just to keep the flow. As an example, in this tournament right here, when they're on the colors, if there's more than 3 snookers required, it is an automatic concession. As it's used to speed up the game and also is kind of a teaching tool. Hopefully these players, most of them, when they know that they're done in a frame, they're done and they concede and move on, or just submit to defeat. But some new players sometimes think that, you know, a frame is over when all the balls have gone down. Wow. What a thin cut into those very tricky middle pockets. So Andre crawling a bit closer with that brown. He's reduced his arrears to just 4 points, 50 to 46. Just missed a trick there. Really hoping that he could just dislodge that pink from the bulk cushion, give him a chance to pot it, as he needs all of them. Yep. Down to the final 2. Both players need pink and black. They a lot of time go down to the wire. little deflated from that shot. This is no gimme for Carter. Definitely, if it does go in, it's going to be a tough black. Unless he really can come down and be right behind it. As if Carter's to take the pink, Andre can still win it on the black. But if Andre takes the pink, Carter can only force a black ball respot on the black. So many different scenarios, lots of forks in the road. Just which way are we going to travel down? Very nice shot there by Carter. He's got a good fan base here. Obviously, Andre is the room favorite.
No, I play a good safe game. This guy, but this guy, holy fuck. He grinds. Shit. Are you like there?
Good response. But they've pushed that black out to very potable position, so it really, this pink becoming extremely important. Like table 2 is streaming, but actually it's just come to a collusion as Sylvain Etier has won that. There'll be another round of 16 match that will be going on there. It looks like Sylvain Etier will be back at that table battling Jason Williams. So we do have that up on the stream. If you look at 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship / Table 2. We'll try and get that scoreboard set up for you as they get going soon. And hopefully you're able to find your fellow mate from New Brunswick, Jeff Kennedy, over on table 4 that is being streamed on the OBSA YouTube channel. I like the idea of that shot going that side. Obviously, if he went the other side, he's kind of pushing that pink ball towards the top right corner. But with that pace, he's pushed this into a potential pot for Andre to take a 7-point advantage with just 7 left on the table. I wonder if Carter just baited him into taking that. This angle looks like there's an angle. It's to stun this to come down. Go off the long cushion. But he can't get it. Look at that shape on that black. Absolutely beautiful. But you got to get the object ball in first before you get the next ball. Always 2 parts to every shot in the game of snooker. Andre's just going to elect to play safe.
He'll be playing fat. Oh, sorry, no, Rod.
Ouch. The double kiss. Not looking good for the Wiegau supporters. Andre's just got to settle his nerves. This for quite a commanding 2-0 lead. Should be in unless there's a real breakdown. So Carter up against it, trailing 2 frames to none to Andre Waugh. Will the Canadian national champion be able to crawl back, at least get a frame on the board, and maybe mount a comeback and put us into a decider? Or will Andre perform the whitewash? We'll find out when frame 3 happens in a few short moments. Here we are back in frame 3. Carter breaking off. Just left a long red for Andre. Nicely done. Got a good angle. Take this black and burst open these reds. Just luck. Always got to have a bit of luck. He's got a red onto the left middle. Middle pocket strike again. Yes, it is a race to 3. Best of 5. Oh, our little scoreboard had a little break there. So looks like all of our round of 16 matches are now starting to be in play. See if this one finished a little early. We might have been able to get one of the other matches on this TV table, but not the case. So probably wrap up our TV coverage, all my commentary work for the day, on this table at the conclusion of this match. Obviously Carter wants to see that go a little bit longer. And there will be table 2, some bonus footage. We apologize for the little skew angle that it is. And our good friend Rob Richards over at the OBSA channel is broadcasting the Jeff Kennedy Phil Snake match. Just a little pacey there. We do apologize for the little lags on Cloud Snooker, but that is an excellent resource for all the live scoring. These tablets are a little funny, a little finicky today, but they provide great live scoring as the players have them at their table. They're updated as it goes along, but as you can see with our scoreboard here, it's not wanting to cooperate and let us know how well Andre is doing on this break. Oh. The magic touch. As you say it, it just comes in and pops up. Just like that, Andrew is scoring well. The score comes up, 14 break, 22-point lead. He misses. That's a nice confident booster there. Acknowledged by the Weegow fan club. Doesn't really have a desirable color. Blue is definitely a long and tricky pot. So I think I'll just try and put Andre in a bit of trouble. Not a result there. Raises his hand to apologize for the fluke. Carter gets a good cue ball there. Tight against the ball cushion. Might just be a containing safety here for Andre. He found the gap to get to the bulk area with his cue ball. And he's covered a path for that red that's just sitting by the top left corner pocket. So, gotta get a sensible, safe shot here. Looks like red has just kind of got in the way there. Tough to tell from the camera angle there. And tough from my vantage point where I'm sitting in the commentary booth. Looks like it can go. This Carter's coming around to look at that black. He's able to put this black in. He's got a good chance of putting a hefty break together. His reds are nicely spaced out. Was tricky, but is he going to be punished for that mistake? Played that definitely with that drawback. Very nicely done. As we know, these middle pockets have been a pain in all players that have come to this table throughout this tournament. So I'm drawing it back to that top cushion. If the red had gone in, Andre's got the nice easy black there. But if it doesn't go in, he's leaving Wigao tight to that cushion and not a lot of the cue ball to work with.
you think you're in? What did you say he's got you in?
Nice red there. Might be able to, it looks like he can get past that yellow to put that black into the top right corner.
Look at our paper. I don't know if it's better or not.
And one tough part is obviously a little control of that cue ball. Mid-range red here. Shouldn't be a problem for Carter, and it isn't. A couple cushions, nicely on the black. Reds are open. Let's see what the owner of Master Q, a great club in Markham, Ontario, and Canadian national champion can do.
They told me that it's all going to be on the cloud, so I'm trying to do it that way.
No, but that's okay. I don't mind.
This is what Carter needs to do. Just take it one shot at a time. Just crawl back in. He's now got a lead, and hopefully you can expand on it. Thought maybe Carter could get a bit more. Looks like our resident fudge supplier is in the room, treating all of us to a late night treat. Nice spot by Andre into the middle pocket. The part is he's nicely on the yellow, and all the reds are on one side of the table, and all the colors are on the other side. So I'd love to either get the blue, the pink, or the black back onto its original spot. Oh. Just swings out his arms with the come on kind of feel. It's that red ball just all the pace out of his cue ball. Wanted to get back, maybe get one of those high value colors back onto his spot. So breaks down at 4. And Carter's just got to be a little bit mindful if he wants to take on one of these 2 long reds. Yeah, there's that red that's really close to the right middle. He might be thinning this end. Get by the green potting angle. Well, shot to nothing, but the bonus is that there's a lot of colors on the bulk half of the table. Oh. Very nice attempt on the cross double. Obviously played it with the element of safe. Looks like it's a gap for Andre. That's it. Oh, great cut there by Carter. Played with an element of safe, obviously, as you can see where his cue ball is. But all color balls at his disposal. Probably just going to roll up behind one, maybe just flick the blue to the left cushion and get behind the pink. Oh, no. Very nice. He's played on this table a few times for the past few days. So he knows how frustrating those middle pockets can be, but if you put it right in the middle of the pocket, there's no chance that it could refuse it. So just 8 points in it and 43 on. Pink is in quite a nice position to be potted if you can get up on the bulk side of the table. Wow. Wow. Oh my. A lot of emotion happening there. Andre just raising hands, apologize. Obviously that red went in, but he wouldn't actually raise his hand if that cue ball found the bottom of that top right corner pocket. So obviously doesn't have the benefit of having that nice pink that's just sitting there. Should be able to come and put Carter in a bit of trouble here. Maybe just a bit more. Don't think he's got the snooker. He might not have taken away the potting angle. So this definitely looks on for Carter. Wasn't successful there. Andre just trailing by a slim margin in this frame, but leading the match 2 frames to nothing. Just needs one more to knock out the Canadian national champion. He was going for it there. Carter give this thin red a chance to go into the left middle. Oh, just gonna take his medicine and lay a very wonderful snooker there. Chris, entertain me. Who is the greatest QS in Atlantic Canada history? Because I haven't been to Atlantic Canada, so I can't really commentate on it. I'd love to get out there and do a tournament. Jeff Kennedy. I don't know. It's might be a debate of some other people out there. I think I remember a good friend of the community, Wayne Binder, who now lives in Alberta, was telling me once that there was a gentleman by the name of Cookie out in Nova Scotia that definitely knew his way around the table. But Chris, if you want to check out Jeff Kennedy, actually, if you search out the OBSA stream on YouTube, our good friend Rob Richards is taking care of that match with Jeff Kennedy and Phil Snake. And if you need to see any updated scoring, feel free to head over to cloudsnooker.com. It's been a little buggy here and there this afternoon, but hopefully things are getting cleared up. And hopefully they're nice and clear for tomorrow when it's Championship Tuesday. But right now, Andre Waugh as the Canadian national champion on the ropes, leading the match 2 frames to nothing. Although Carter is up in this frame, 34-27. He's got Carter in a snooker here. It's good to know, Chris. Thanks for that tidbit of advice or knowledge about Jeff. See, I'm on the other ocean. I'm anchoring from Vancouver. So that's always the tough part about this great game of snooker, is sometimes when you're in your own backyard, you think you know the best players, but it's great that we're getting more of these national championships. And this one that runs the gambit of all North, South, and Central Americas. Hopefully sooner than later, some good sponsorship can start flowing in. Great to hear, Chris, that you're coming out to the Vancouver area. It's David Burney. Feel free to find me out there on the Facebook. And maybe we can catch up. Maybe shoot a frame or two or just chat. So that's how we get the community growing here through these great streams. Andre just waiting. Looks like Jason Williams is looking at a shot as you can see him on the right side. Jason, accomplished player as well. He's won the Canadian National Championship a couple of years ago. Oh yes, Kenny Shea. Never got to meet him, but unfortunately, yeah, passed away. Hopefully he's having some great battles up there. And the great snooker table in the sky. Well, maybe now that I have a little bit of your attention, fellow streamers that are tuning in, there's a question I always like to pose to snooker fans. It's completely hypothetical. I don't think it ever happened, but dare to dream if it does. Unfortunately, these two guys are deceased, so it will never happen, not to our knowledge. But in a snooker match, who wins? Lee Marvin or Jack Palance? Feel free to think about it, cast your vote in there, and put it in your comments. Now, Andre, definitely in the driver's seat here. Andre might have taken that on. I wish I had the replay just to see what he was up against. Good old Peacock. Vancouver Island in Victoria. Well, definitely, if you're in town, Chris, reach out to me. I can direct you to some good rooms in Vancouver and Richmond. Don't get over to the island too much, but we do have some great players that play in our local tournaments that come over. punish for that double kiss. Just got the angle off this yellow to come back up. Actually, Chris, I've heard that the Cloverdale Legion might have a couple of snooker tables. I think if you look up choices in Lang, there might be another one in Abbotsford as well. Don't know exactly where this new one. Well, actually, there's Fraser Valley Billiards that has one snooker table. I think a gentleman has just opened up something in Abbotsford as well, a new one. So no harm in a Google search. Just couldn't pull the trigger on that green. Definitely, I think was going to be his frame ball as the brown's just sitting over the left middle pocket. Blue's out in the open. See, blue to pink would be a challenge. As well, if you check out PABSA.org, obviously the governing body of this great tournament, that's PABSA.org. Obviously, I know some people are chiming in about what the restrictions were or the regulations for this tournament. They also have a list of various countries that are part of PABSA and lists of rooms in those various countries. Thanks for your kind words, Chris. That's much appreciated. Yeah, the first day we had a few glitches. Yesterday wasn't too bad. It didn't seem all right. It seemed all right on our end. Definitely, there've been some long days, for sure. And just had a little trouble with the Cloud Snooker software today. It kind of delayed us getting started for the knockout phase. Obviously, we were hoping to get the quarterfinals done as well today, but that's just not going to be the case. Oh. Andre once again raises his hand. That was quite a snooker there.
Now it's scheduled to be 5 days. It's completely changed around up to a 5-day event. 3. So everything's wrong. The whole thing. Now I have to dump the whole thing.
Oh, ref. Kevin, he needs a ref. He's right here.
Oh. Andre up by 6 points. Oh, great round there. And just, Cardi just using all the body language and possible, just trying to use his arm to stop that cue ball before she gets behind the black. Be able to get out of the snooker, but obviously wanted to be on the blue to try and pot it. So we're getting down to the final stages of this frame, just like we did in the last one. Andre playing a little bit with house money as he leads the match 2-0, 1 frame away. And Carter's back is up against it, so. Yeah, both players just need blue and pink together. Andre just marking that cue ball just in case it needs to be respotted and a foul and a miss is called. That horn really helped him there. Definitely looked like that red was going to slowly go down the left side of the table. I don't think it was going to go into that top left corner pocket, but it flirted around with it and might have sat there for an easy blue for Carter. But unfortunately hits the knuckle, so Andre Wall fans can breathe a sigh of relief. Great attempt there. Is there a gap by there? It looks like it. You have to put a little bit aside, just a little swerve touch of it. Done with a little bit more pace and they would have been behind that black, or it looks like Andre is coming to market. Oh yeah, the black is just coming around a little interference. Should be able to get out of this one. Both players having a laugh. Carter not appreciated the laugh from the audience because he deathly stared at them, but then breaks character. And it's good to see that everyone can enjoy a good time here in the snooker room. Great shot there.
We have to enter 100 matches manually. No, we couldn't enter anything. Let's just fix it. The problem.
Oh. Interesting. He's putting him back. Oh, he just missed by a millimeter there, so a slight adjustment for Andre. And he probably will be successful in the hit.
All we did was add this player, a landing. That was it. Right? Now, so when we went to the Group G schedule, right? Went to Group G. And when we went there, we tried to add a match. You want to tell me how we can add
Yeah, that's why I was like a little bit surprised that Carter put him back.
We're in Group G.
Obviously, it was a much wider miss by Andre. I could see putting him back. Both these players so talented that they're not going to miss twice.
Previously, the schedule was already created. If the schedule was not created, it was already created. And then reschedule the match. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Yeah, no, I'll get it fixed. I'll get it fixed. But
You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I'll get it fixed. No, it's a bug.
So now,
Seeing if that blue looks like it's a little off the cushion, not tight. It might be tough to tell from this vantage point. This looks like a for sure deal for the blue into the right middle, which apart is with the natural angle. It's going to shoot further away from the pink. So does he do it with pace? He does. Look how delayed he is down on that shot. Love it. And he's got a result. Big chance here. Andre on the verge of a whitewash victory to punch his card into Championship Tuesday. Pink and black is what he needs. The pink is there. And there it is. Handshakes all around. Wow, the Canadian National Champion is out of this PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. That's going to be a good night for everybody. There is some other matches that are in progress. Obviously, you can check out all the live scoring on the cloudsnooker.com webpage. That's cloudsnooker.com. Just click the live scoring tab and you'll find many wonderful matches still in play there. As well, if you go to our PABSA YouTube page, that's 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship Table 2. If that's the correct title, you'll be able to catch Jason Williams and Rodney Coulier in their match. Unfortunately, there's going to be no commentary, and we do apologize a little bit for the camera askew. That's getting a little surreal snooker over there, I guess. And as well, our great friend Rob Richards on the OBSA stream. He is doing Table 4, which is a battle between Phil Snake and Jeff Kennedy. And just as I have the scores in front of me, it looks like that Francois Normand is up 1-0 on Vito Poapolo. And Daniel Chabot, previous owner of this room, is up 2-0 on Indilatti. And as mentioned, Rodney Coulier is up 1-0 over Jason Williams. Let's see. Fabiano is up 1-0. Phil, Snake, and Jeff tied at 1. And Sylvain Etier and Alberto Camara are tied 0-0. So thanks, everybody, for all your tuning in today of Day 3. We're coming back with Day 4, Championship Tuesday of this 2024 PABSA Senior Snooker Championship. The quarterfinals will be starting at 10 a.m. Western or Eastern Time. That's 10 a.m. as we are in La Belle Province of Quebec. It's Great venue here at La Bande de Coin. So 10 a.m. Set your alarm clock for that. Obviously, that's 7 o'clock on the West Coast. A lot of drama here, and it's going to be even more tomorrow. So I appreciate all your viewage today. And it's David Burney saying, good night, everybody. Get home safe. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10 for Championship Tuesday.